To go? Thank you. Not us, I'm not. Right. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Dorset Council Northern Area Planning Committee on the 16th of May 2023. This meeting is being live streamed and a recording will be published on the Dorset Council website. By participating in this meeting, you are deemed to have given consent to be recorded. I'm Councillor Sherry Jesperson. I'm chair of this committee. With me is Councillor Mary Penfold, the vice chair. We have a number of officers with us today. Hannah Smith, planning area manager, Simon Sharp, senior planning officer, Robert Lennis, senior planning officer. Oh, so that's the wrong list I'm reading. That's not who we've got with us today. Hannah Smith, Jim Bennett, Senior Planning Officer, Cass Warman, Senior Planning Officer, Simon Sharp, Senior Planning Officer, Steve Savage from Highways is our Transport Development Manager, Hannah Massey is our lawyer, and Megan Rochester is our Democratic Services Officer, and Josh Kennedy is our Democratic Services Apprentice. The committee members will introduce themselves when they first speak, but I would like particularly to welcome David Taylor because he's rejoining the committee after a period. So welcome back. We're very glad to have you back with us.
Thank you.
Thank you. For those visitors who've not attended a planning committee before, and for those watching, I will briefly explain the procedure. We've got a number of applications before us today, which we will consider in turn. For each application, I will invite the case officer to present their report and recommendations, followed by any presentations from other officers. Reports and background papers have been available for members to read and discuss with the case officer prior to the meeting. Next, I will invite the members of the public who have registered to speak to come to the table and address the committee. Each speaker may speak for 3 minutes, and in the interest of fairness, I will be quite firm about the timings. The Vice Chair, Mary, will indicate when you have about 30 seconds left. When we have heard from all the registered speakers, I will then close the public part of the meeting and no further interventions from the floor are permitted. Committee members may then ask questions on points of clarification arising from the presentations, and then they will deliberate and come to a view. Just to remind members that if you propose a recommendation that is different from that forward by the case officer, you must state the relevant planning grounds for your recommendation. Finally, we understand that people sometimes feel very strongly about planning matters, but I would remind everyone that this is a Dorset Council meeting held in public, not a public meeting, and only those people registered to speak may do so. Now, we're starting our meeting, members, early today, so I intend to call a 30-minute break after agenda item 8. That's the Bradford Abbas item. And we will break there for 30 minutes while you can get some lunch and coffee and whatever you need. Naturally, if committee members need a further break at any point, do please indicate, because we can always stop for 5-minute breaks when you need to. So moving on to our agenda then, Megan, could we hear our apologies, please?
We've received apologies for absence from councillors Emma Parker, Les Fry, John Andrews and Stella Jones.
Thank you very much. Members, do any of you have any declarations of interest in the items before us? No, good. As always, if anything comes to mind as we're discussing it, do say so. May I confirm the minutes of the previous meeting to be a correct record? I'm good, thank you very much. I'll sign them at the end of the meeting if you don't mind. Public participation I've covered. So we move on then to our planning applications. Members, the agenda item 6, Frogmore Lane and Sixpenny Handley. Following a detailed discussion at the chair's briefing on Friday morning, this application has been deferred to a future meeting. We are not able to deal with it today because we require some further modelling on the flooding risk. The people who were registered to speak about this item were notified on Friday, so we will come back to that at a later date. Moving on then to agenda item 7, our application to demolish 3 of the army huts at Piddlehington Enterprise Park and replace them with larger units. This is a recommendation to approve with conditions. Members, we are familiar with this site. We recently looked at plans to extend an existing unit on this very site, and this application is before us because of concerns raised by the parish council. So without more ado, we'll ask Jim Bennett to give his report. Jim, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chairman. Into the presentation, it's a couple of updates to make members aware of. They are we've received comments on our economic development section who are in support of the proposal, stating that the unit types and sizes are popular in the catchment, particularly with the level of parking provided in this scheme. There's an acute shortage of these types of units in the Dorchester catchment. Also, with regard to conditions 5 and 6, these are going to be amended in light of additional surface water drainage details submitted by the applicant. It has been agreed by the local flood authority, and so there's no longer a requirement for pre-commencement. These conditions will simply refer to the submitted details which have been agreed. Presentation. As the Chair said, the application is being reported to committee following concerns raised by Piddlehington Parish Council, who object to the proposal on grounds of its scale, visual impacts, traffic impacts, and believing there's no justification for the type of units proposed. The proposal is for a replacement of 3 industrial buildings with 3 significantly larger buildings, but we'll get into the matters of scale and siting, layout, etc. during the course of the presentation. Policies to this application, they are Econ 2 local plan, which aims to support employment development on key employment sites such as this. This is a designated key employment site. However, weighed against that, we've also got to consider the Neighbourhood Plan Policy 10, which specifically relates to the Enterprise Park, and it suggests that at the Enterprise Park, small-scale business development will be supported where it takes local character and the historic value of the Second World War into account. So, having weighed these issues, we've come to the conclusion that it's a support proposal. I'll go through that reasoning with you now. This is the aerial photograph of the wider site with the red line of the application in this location here. I guess the roughly square area is the former boundary of the military camp, and within it you can see quite small military huts, 3 of which will be replaced to implement this development. You can see from the aerial photograph that the site has undergone some renewal over the years, and there are several very much larger buildings than the small military huts that originally stood in that place. And these buildings, in fact, are larger than what is proposed by this proposal. This is the proposed layout. It shows 2 buildings in this location with a larger footprint and 2 former military huts that will be replaced. This group of buildings is at an elevated level, so you will see this more prevalently than the second set of buildings, which is at a lower level, screened by trees at the lower level, and also by this larger building to the front of the site. So this is slightly less harmful in terms of visual impacts than the elevated site. Having said that, efforts have been made to reduce the size of this block. It's been reduced by about 150 square metres from the initial submission. This has enabled a gap between these 2 buildings to be provided, as well as space to the front of these buildings for landscaping, which will include heavy standards to help soften the appearance of these buildings when viewed across the Piddle Valley. These are typical elevations of what is proposed. It'd be buff brickwork at ground level with green profile sheeting with upper walls and goosewing grey roofing. This is the second set of buildings. Again, showing similar types of material to be used in the final scheme. And this shows the separation of the gap between the buildings on the elevated section of the site. So visual relief. It also shows that it's in relation to the adjoining buildings. You will recall at the last meeting we discussed this building here, an extension to that. So really, the proposed buildings, although larger than what's being replaced, the military huts, it's on a par with what has previously been approved on the adjoining site. These are the floor spaces of the development proposed. They range from quite small units of 88 square metres. The largest to be provided on the site would be 145. So it provides a mixture of employment accommodation in a contemporary building, which the applicant suggests to provide in the area as to the economic development section. Take you through some of the photos. This is a picture of a typical former army hut on the site. They have been modernised in their own right. They've been clad with profile sheeting, and so they have been modernised to some extent, but they have retained their original footprint. This shows a group of military huts in their current environment. These ones will be retained on the site, as will most of the huts. Just 3 will be removed as a result of this development. This slide shows the sites of the 2 buildings at the higher level, by this grassed area, and will result in the removal of 2 huts. This slide shows the site of the building at the lower level. So this hut here will be removed, and the building will occupy this space with parking and landscaping in front. This again shows the building, the site of the building at the lower level, and this grey structure here is the structure you discussed at the previous meeting. So that's relevant to bear in mind, because I'll show you a slide later of this building from across the valley. None of these buildings will be removed, but this shows one of the larger buildings at the bottom of the site. That's the former, I think it's a mess hall. It's now a gym. And this slide shows units 1 to 8 at the western extent of the site, which has recently been developed, but it gives you an indication of how the buildings will be. This will be a similar design materials as these. This slide was taken from, see that orange dot there, it's a public right of way close to the village of Piddlehinton on the rising land above it. It's looking in this direction towards the industrial park. You'll notice that the only structure visible is this one here, which is right at the top of the hill. Is in fact the John Deere building at the top of the site, which is probably the biggest building on the site. But this is at a significantly higher level than the proposal, and is probably the most visible of the buildings currently occupying the site. This slide is from the opposite end of the same public right of way, taken from this viewpoint here, identified by the orange dot. It looks in this direction. There's less tree cover in this direction, so you can actually see buildings within the tree cover on the higher land to the other side of the Piddle Valley. And this shows the building that previously referred to, discussed at the last committee. The building on the upper slope will be visible through a foil of trees in this location here, but it's the opinion of officers that it won't be significantly harmful to the visual appearance of the area, particularly with the level of landscaping that's been introduced to the front of the site. So there'll be heavy standards which will in time provide a greater visual foil for the development. So going back to the aerial photograph, the site is here. This is the area of most concern, being on the rising land. This is the Piddle Valley. but officers believe it won't be part in terms of the issue of address the small scale nature of concerns of the parish council. It's not particularly big compared to these buildings, for instance, within the site, which have been replaced buildings in the past. It's more, the building is more of a medium scale, is of appropriate materials to help the landscape. The historic interest in the site has also been addressed by a condition to be attached to any approval, which will require the applicant to provide an interpretation panel on the site to outline the history of the site, how it's established, and how it came forward the military site. So the recommendation is to grant, subject to conditions. Officers believe the proposal to be acceptable in principle. Best concerns over design and general physical impact. Following amendment, it's not considered any significant harm to residential community, highway safety, or upon non-designated heritage assets. And obviously the proposal will provide modern employment units, which will provide job opportunities for the locality and wider Dorset. So, thank you, Chairman. That concludes the presentation.
Thank you very much indeed, Jim. Mr. Savage, I understand you have no report to make this, there not being significant highway matters, but you can answer any questions that may arise.
You will.
Thank you very much indeed. Good, thank you. We now move on to our public speakers then. Could we hear first from Mr. Ken Park, who's the agent? Thank you.
Members two off. So the issues, as you've heard, that have been raised by the parish are a perceived lack of demand or evidence of demand, visual impact, and potential traffic impact. In terms of demand, the site is a designated employment site. It's in the local plan as an employment site, and that's where employment development is to be supported and directed, and the policy support intensification of existing industrial sites and premises. Now, these policies were formulated in response of a demand, and the policies are underpinned by the evidence base for the local plan, which says that there is a specific need and demand for the type of units that are being proposed to meet existing requirements and also to meet future requirements. So the applicant shouldn't really be required to provide additional evidence over and above that of the local plan evidence base, which has been through examination in public. Despite this, the applicants are aware of the continuing demand within the Mid-Dorset area. They are experienced commercial property developers. They develop units on this site and others. The units were oversubscribed before they were built, and hence the desire to build more units to meet that demand. Now, the existing military huts are simply not of a scale or a size conducive to modern working practices and future working practices, whereas you've seen the units in Mr. Bennett's slide, all fully occupied, modern units there to meet a demand for small businesses. The units are small scale. The village or neighbourhood plan policy requires them to be of a small scale, and the units are a size ranging from 88 square meters to 145 square meters, which is small scale as that term is understood in the context of employment policies. Now, in relation to scale and visual impact, a visual impact assessment was submitted with the application. The buildings are within an overall group on the site. Yes, there's rising land, and the buildings step up with the rising land, but there are other buildings to the rear, there are buildings to the side, and the buildings will be seen within this group of buildings, not breaching the skyline, and so will not have a detrimental visual impact from in the wider landscape. And the LVIA submitted says that there will only be a minor change to the existing pattern of development, which is not considered harmful. Now, on top of that, the applicants have proposed significant planting around and in front of the buildings to screen from longer distance views, and that's part of the ongoing evolution of the site. In terms of traffic impact, the site is already an industrial estate where the existing network has been considered suitable in order for the site to be designated as an industrial estate. The level of development proposed for the small scale units will be occupied by small scale businesses, mostly served by small vehicles. It's unlikely that there will be significant generation of larger vehicles, but nonetheless, the highway in the area has got the capacity and is of the configuration to accept that. And on site, all the parking and everything else that is required is provided in accordance with policy and requirements. So members, every aspect of these proposals accord with your policy. It's commercial development, employment-led development on a designated employment site. Highway requirements are all met, and there's no visual impact, which would outweigh the economic benefits of these proposals. And I would ask you to support the officer's recommendation.
Thank you very much indeed. Can we now hear from Chris Ebden for the Parish Council?
Good afternoon. Which button is it?
That's it. Well done.
As committee is aware, it's already been said, the trigger of this application coming before you is the Parish Council objection. So thank you for the opportunity to speak. You'll have seen that units 9 to 14 and units 15 to 20 are effectively two large buildings, the scale of which is considerably larger than most of the existing buildings. We consider the scale of the builds to be contrary to the Biddle Valley Neighbourhood Plan Policy 10 and would have a negative impact on the unique character of the World War II camp. You'll also have seen that units 15 to 22 are in elevated positions, and whilst they may be comparable in size to some of the other units recently approved on the site, they're much higher up on the slope. The new buildings and associated parking would also significantly encroach into open green space. The proposed screening is inadequate and would take years to establish, all to the detriment of visual amenity. I'm concerned that the aerial photograph that has been shown is not up to date. There are a number of buildings that have been built since that aren't on there. I'm also concerned the large building at the top of the camp, which is clearly visible. One of the reasons you can see that is that the screening plan approved when that building was approved was not actually enforced. We would like to not be able to see that building, but unfortunately that's not the case. The proposal for 14 new units is for a range of potential uses, including B2 general industrial, B8, which is associated with storage and distribution, and Class E, which allow for a flexible range of commercial uses. The 50 additional car parking spaces would generate anything from 100 to 500 or more vehicle movements per day, depending on the businesses that occupy them. We are concerned that the officer can conclude there will be no adverse impact on the local community when he doesn't really know. Councillor Spencer Flower wrote to the Secretary of State for Levelling Up on the 1st of February. In his letter, he indicated that finding a solution to phosphorus neutrality in Poole Harbour is of pressing importance for Dorset, as without it, our ability to meet housing and economic needs will be seriously impacted. Why would this application for a new build industrial units be considered for approval when decisions on the approval of new homes in the Biddle Valley are being deferred under these current environmental constraints? In summary, Biddle Valley Parish Council supports economic development at the Enterprise Park and recognises it's a key employment site. However, we believe the scale of this development is contrary to the neighbourhood plan and would have a negative impact both on visual amenity and the local community. We support Councillor Haynes's request that this is one of the occasions when a site visit by the committee would benefit members in making their decision on what is a sensitive site, but would also question why a commercial development in the Poole Harbour catchment area should be recommended for approval when decisions on new homes are deferred, especially when you don't know the business use of any of the proposed units.
Thank you very much indeed. Very much. Officers, before we move to questions, do either of you want to, either you or Steve want to make any comments on what you've heard just in the presentations?
With regard to the aerial photograph, that is the latest that we've got available on Dawson Explorer. So there wasn't any reasoning behind that, not to show you the more modern buildings on the site. With regards to nutrient neutrality, that only really applies to creating new overnight accommodation rather than employment development. So it doesn't really apply to this scheme.
Yes, that was going to be my first question. Could you say a little more just for the just to explain this to anyone listening, because it's an important question, but it is, I think, needs to be explained why it wouldn't be germane on this occasion.
Essentially, it says in parts of the county, there's almost a moratorium on new residential development because occupiers create wastewater, which goes to wastewater treatment works, and which are not able to strip phosphates or nitrates, which end up in Poole Harbour, creating the algal mats, which restrict feeding habitats for birds and cause detriment to Poole Harbour as a habitat. So there's a restriction on creating new overnight accommodation, such as residential developments in the Poole Harbour catchment and the Somerset levels at the current time. But that doesn't really apply to the employment developments because we're not creating overnight accommodation. It's not going to increase the flow to Poole Harbour by approving this development. So it's not really an issue to consider under this application.
That's helpful. Do you want to add anything to that, Hannah?
Yes. Did a very good job, Chair. So I would just add that the methodology accounts for the fact that most people that work in these units would be living in the catchment.
Yes.
Therefore, it's not double counting.
Yes.
And that's why the overnight accommodation is an important factor when considering the nutrient neutrality.
That's really helpful. It's just that having had it raised, it's important that everybody gets that clear. So it's not a factor on this occasion where it is for so often for applications before us. Steve, did you want to comment, please?
Chair, just 50 car parking spaces doesn't mean 500 movements. 50 car parking spaces accords with the council's guidance for units of this size. I carried out a very quick trips analysis this morning. I thought I might be asked this question. I think in daily terms, in a 12-hour period between 7 and 7, we could be looking at 50 trips from a site of this size. In the AM peak, you'd probably be looking at about 7 movements, PM peak, 4 or 5. So on face value, it looks a lot of car parking spaces, but equate car parking spaces to vehicular movements.
That's very helpful. Thank you very much. Members, we'll now take questions before we go on to debate on matters. This should principally be on things that we've heard in the presentations. So I will go round. I don't know, Mary, do you have any questions? No, thank you. Councillor Ryder, do you have any questions?
Just clarification. I think I read in the report that all the units have EV charger, disabled WC, materials, air source heat pump and PV system. Is that correct?
Yes, that's outlined in the climate change section in the report. So all units will have photovoltaics. Each unit will have an EV charging point, as well as those other issues you mentioned, the air source heat pump. So it will be there. They're also going to provide natural light through so sustainable development. Yeah. In addition to the planting that's being proposed, which is also being granted a biodiversity certificate, which is environment team. So it does have several benefits, this application.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Carol Jones.
Thank you very much. Jim, you had a slide up there that showed just the top of view with the top of the John Deere building. Can you just pull that one up? Okay, so that little silver, that's the top of the building there.
That's-
So would the new build be above that? It wouldn't be above that at
The
all.
new
but
build-
Where would that be in relation to that top of the John Deere building?
The new build in this location, it would be behind a screen of trees, so it wouldn't
Right.
be visible in this location, although the next slide, it will be visible, admittedly, because there's less of a tree screen, so it will be visible.
But it wouldn't be above the tree line?
No,
Okay.
no.
Lovely, thank you very much.
Very much. Councillor Pothcary, do you have questions?
Not at the moment, thank you, Chairman.
Councillor Cook?
Yes, Chair, a couple actually. Reference has been made to the historic character of the area. And I take the points that Jim, the planning officer, made regarding the cladding that has been applied to the old military huts. Is that across the board on that site? And what I'm getting at is there any original historical character of the original World War II buildings still in existence? Because I would, if there is, then we should preserve it. But if there isn't, then I believe that possibly the historic character isn't there to preserve.
It's a very good question, yes. So how much is left?
I believe all of the former military huts have been clad, although I can't be sure of that, as shown in this picture here. Although really, I think the most important historical aspect of the former huts is that most will be retained. You can see that these little huts in this location here, I think 11 will be retained around this location here, and there are more huts around here. So in terms of the footprint and layout of the military camp, quite a lot of the huts will be retained. I think going forward, we're going to have to give more emphasis to the historical nature of these huts when new applications come forward. But the issue has been raised by this application, so it had to be addressed, hence the request for the interpretation panel. And although the buildings are larger than what's been replaced, you're only going to lose three of those huts.
So some of the huts, some of the huts have been clad. We're not certain that all of the huts have been clad, but
He's telling me all of the
all the huts have been clad. But I'm think Councillor Heatley thinks not. Some of the huts have been clad. Majority of the huts remain. That's the question, and the interpretation board. Does that answer your first question? Second question.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. And the second question is regarding the newer development that is already on the site. Did that go in before or after the neighbourhood plan had been approved?
I believe the majority of it went in before. So this application and the one we considered last time at committee has been considered in light of the neighbourhood plan policy. We're not overriding the policy. We're taking account of it. Hence the way the report and the application has addressed this, or tried to address the smaller scale nature of the development and the historic interests of the camp.
Yeah. Good. Councillor Heatley.
Thank you, Chair. Brian Heatley from Robin Wyke in Weymouth. First of all, the point about the cladding of the buildings. I happened to go there last Friday because my wife had some business there. It's a real hodgepodge, and there are quite a lot of brick buildings that look to me like buildings that have been there ever since the late 40s, but I can't be sure. It's just an impression. And the thing that's worrying me a bit about this is that we have a policy about preserving, in some sense, the original camp, and gradually we are removing bits of it. And the question is, when do we stop? In your view, has this gone too far already? Could go further without damaging it? Where's the point where we start worrying about how much this camp is no longer worth preserving as a heritage asset and so on?
The application is recommended for approval. We believe that the application has addressed the historic nature of the camp thus far, although, as I said previously, I think with future applications that result in the replacement of the historic fabric of the camp, we're going to have to perhaps have a heritage statement in relation to that, those types of development. But officers are satisfied that the current application, albeit resulting in the loss of 3 huts, is not resulting significant harm to the heritage asset.
That's officers' view. That, I mean, that's one of the things that the committee might want to discuss, exactly. Just to be clear, does the site or the huts have any designation that we are familiar with?
Not formally designated.
No.
You're the conservation officer, they could be non-designated heritage assets. So
yes.
Why there is a section in the report that addresses the heritage impact, and we haven't just run roughshod.
No, indeed.
Character of the camp, and the request for the final condition on your papers.
Depending on what we decide here this morning, it might be something that we would put in our minutes, that we would want to have the rest of the site to have some work done as a matter of not urgency, but with dispatch now to see about designating the remaining huts as non-heritage assets and get the conservation people to look at it. But that depends on what we decide. I don't want to preempt what we're deciding. Councillor here, any questions at this point? Yes. That's
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Subject to the parish council report, thank you by the way, the businesses that are going into the properties there, are they going to be looked at for possible pollution aspects, runoffs, like a garage or something like that? Because it'd be interesting to see the water table, as we've discussed, the phosphorus and minerals, etc., has been taken in effect for. That's the question as a safeguard.
Thank you.
Proposal seeks several uses. B2, which is general industrial, so a garage could go in there. That would be permissible under a B2 use. Former B1, which is office and light industrial use, go in there, and B8 storage and distribution. So those are the 3 types of uses that we're looking at on this site. We've restricted other uses that fall into Class E, such as creches and retail units. But in terms of pollution, the only aspect that's really been investigated is the flood surface water mitigation. So the flood risk team have looked at surface water drainage system and are happy with that. Although any business, should it create potentially polluting episodes, would be investigated under separate powers by the environmental health section if it was that was to arise. But there's any kind of activity like that currently.
In noted, which is good.
Yeah, good. Hannah, please come.
But this is a designated employment in the local plan, and as that's acknowledged in the neighbourhood plan. So it's generally expected that the range of employment uses would be acceptable on that site. So it's a very good question to raise. So that's what's B2, sort of more heavy industry, the light industry, and the storage and distribution. So that's what you're assessing today, that those uses would be appropriate.
But it is a designated employment. Good. If there are no other questions, we can move on to discussion. Does anyone want to make a point for discussion? Yes, Councillor Rideout.
The Rideout getting on board. As you say, Chairman, I think it's a real shame there's not a formal designation, at least on some of these huts, and maybe that can be looked at going forward. But this is an employment site. To me, I think the applicant's done their homework. They established the need for these units. They are small, which is what was in the neighbourhood plan. They have to be small. They are in pro. They are sustainable, as we've heard. From what I can see, there's good landscaping, and they are situated further down the hill than the large building we saw. So I think they'll be seen in context from views from A and B and surrounds. They will be seen in context with the employment park. So for me, I'm quite in favour of the application. Thank you.
That's helpful. Thank you. Yes, Councillor Cook.
Yeah, I think, sorry, going back to the neighbourhood plan statement that was at the bottom of the there, thank you. We're being asked now to deliberate on a slight contradiction in the neighbourhood plan. Obviously, the law of unintended consequences is kicking in here. The heritage aspect of this versus the employment aspect of this. And I think, just as Councillor Rideout has just said, I fall towards the employment overriding the, if this were an unchanged World War II military camp, I think I'd have a far different view. But given the scale of development that has already been put in, the neighbourhood plan saying that it is a designated employment site, I think that outweighs the limited historical aspects of the majority of what's being proposed. And, you know, let's uphold that condition that the interpretation board, I hate that word, but the information is there to let people know what this site was. But I think progress has got to be allowed here to allow, and I'd actually be happy to propose that we accept this recommendation and we go forward. And
That's
go
helpful.
through.
Yes, Councillor Heatley had his hand up, then Councillor Potterbury next.
Yes, I broadly agree with that, but I would like to think that somehow or other we can put forward the view that we set some sort of limit to how far this goes. It may be that there is a corner, a part of this site where you could say, we'll preserve these ones or not. What I don't understand is how technically we can go about doing that while approving this decision. I don't know whether anyone can help.
No, that was exactly what I raised a little earlier, and that's very helpful. So what can this committee do now to send a message back to, I guess it's the conservation team, that we'd like them to come out and have a look at this site and make a call about what they need to do if they think that what's remaining there is worth preserving. I mean, we don't know that, but they're the people, they're the experts. How can we make that happen?
Exactly what Councillor Heatley has described is what we're weighing up. It is it's going to be case by case on each individual application, because it's not possible to preempt what applications might come in and what harm they may have. So we can only advise on this current application in the context of what's being proposed and what's being lost in terms of the heritage there. And that's what you need to consider in the overall planning balance. So it's not a designated asset, it's non-designated. So you have to weigh up the harm to heritage against exactly what Councillor Cook said, the benefits of employment. We did discuss the application with the conservation team, and they did raise the point that you've also raised as a committee, that the units have been much altered and the character has already changed, and that does diminish its significance somewhat. And I think in this individual case, what we've done is we've acknowledged there is some non-designated heritage asset through the loss of those units. In the officer's opinion, that's outweighed by the employment benefit, and to mitigate the harm to heritage, we have a condition that requires the interpretation board, which will have to be approved through the condition. So the interpretation board would explain the history of the site and be placed in a location that the public would be able to look at. And that has the benefit in heritage terms of actually better explaining the value of the assets to the public. And in this individual case, it's considered that outweighs, the harm that would arise, but that's down to committee to discuss. In terms of future applications, they will have the control of Need and Planning Commission. They will still have the policy context of the neighbourhood plan requirements and the local plan. And it may be that a different balance is struck on that application, because it may be decided that the harm isn't outweighed by the benefits of that scheme. But in terms of trying to set a marker down, that is quite difficult in planning terms. It has to be assessed, because the next application may or may not be acceptable. It have to be considered at that point. It will be material that these units have been lost, and that may weigh into whether the application is acceptable or not.
I think I heard the answer there, that technically it's quite difficult for us to do in the planning committee, what Brian and I are both leaning towards, but the parish council are listening, And when they come to review their neighbourhood plan, they might choose at that point to see about getting the remaining, or some remaining parts of this site recognised as non-designated heritage assets. That might be the best we can do for the future. For the time being, our task is to weigh up, as Hannah has explained, weigh up this particular application that's before us, which we're well into doing. I have Councillor Potterbury waiting patiently to come in.
Potterbury, Gillingham Ward. This is, all our planning applications are tricky. That's why we're here looking at them all. And I can understand the Pither Valley Parish Council being concerned. It's an exceptional location in the very heart of our beautiful county. The thing I'm wrestling with here is the Neighbourhood Plan Policy 10, which says small size developments. And although this application is for small developments, cumulatively, they look like two big blocks, frankly. And so instead of being dotted about, which they are at the moment, and sort of nestled around, apart from very large blocks. And I just feel that both of these are just long sheds, which is totally different to the character of the layout at the moment. So that's what I'm struggling with at the moment.
The question of scale, it seems to me, is centrally because the neighbourhood plan said small scale. The view that we heard from the developer is that these are small scale. Small scale it's a relative term, but they are small scale relative to such buildings in general, but also, to be fair, to some of the buildings that are already on this site. So can you give us some commentary about how you came to the conclusion that these are small scale and in line with the requirements of the neighbourhood plan?
The conclusions arrived at due to the floor space of many of the units, which are commensurate with the floor space of, albeit the existing huts are 111 square metres each. Some of these are under 111. We had less concern about this unit at the bottom because it's directly adjoining a larger building on the side, so that wasn't the biggest concern we had. Albeit they are small scale units, cumulatively it does produce a bigger building. So yeah, visually it will be a larger building, but we felt that it was adequately screened by this building and existing trees. As mentioned in the presentation, we had more trouble with the elevated buildings because they will be seen from across the valley, which is why the amendments that we received resulted in a 150 square metre reduction in the floor space of these units to reduce this gap, narrow down the buildings and facilitate space for landscaping in front. These will be heavy standard trees, which in turn will soften the appearance of the development. And really, we had to balance the fact that it's a key employment site where, you know, we're trying to direct employment for the Dorchester catchment and the county as a whole against the historic character of the site. And we don't feel that the buildings are massively larger than what was there. That's a lot smaller than some of the buildings further up the hillside. We felt that there was an acceptable balance between preserving what's currently there and creating job opportunities. So that's how we came to that conclusion.
That's helpful. That's helpful. Thank you, Councillor Cook.
Thank you, Chairman. Councillor Cook, Shaftesbury. Just as a question to the officers and planning team in general, is there any way that we could maybe mitigate the visual impact of these by specifying any specific roof colour to blend in with the surrounding landscape, maybe a dark green or a dark brown or something like that, rather than, because I didn't, going back to your sort of the plan of what the buildings might be.
I can show
that's already conditioned.
Colour of,
good. That's yes, good question. Yes.
This photograph shows how the buildings will appear. They're exactly the same materials and colour. The roofs, yeah, there is a condition 8, which stipulates that these materials shall be used with a goosewing grey roof colour, which is the standard roof colour essentially roofs tend to be lighter colour to reflect heat out of buildings. So a Goosewing grey is the roof colour rather than the green.
But that will be recessive, won't it, as seen in the landscape?
Yes.
Yeah.
You don't see the roof on this building. It will slope backwards seen from wider views, but the green will help the larger or first floor aspects blend into the landscape, particularly with the heavy standard tree specimens planted to the front of the site, which in time will provide much more foliage and cover in wider views.
That's helpful, thank you. Councillor Jones.
Thank you, Carol Jones, Mr Newton. I mean, this is either a designated economic development site or it's not really. And the largest unit is just over 1,500 square foot, which really actually is quite small for an industrial unit. And quite honestly, if you were looking to go into business, set up a business or move a business, you have to go into a unit that is going to be relatively easy to maintain, keep warm with, with the EV charging. You're not going to go into the smaller huts that are there. They would be too expensive to maintain and keep up, I think. I'm not actually too sure what heavy trees are, but I wonder whether we can just beef up our conditions so that the landscaping goes in as fairly established trees.
That's what heavy means.
Or is that what?
That's what heavy means.
Tree? I
Yes.
don't know what heavy means.
It means a big tree that's a big one, but not too big, because if they're too big, they die. So yes, but it's not putting in a whip. Okay. Which is going to be.
Well, on this basis, I know the recommendation has been proposed. I'm very happy to second.
Yes, good. That's very helpful. Thank you. Councillor Penfold, did you want something? Yes.
Just a small point that Hannah's already mentioned. I do think it's really important that we have an interpretation panel on the history of this camp, because once it's gone forever.
Yes, I think that's.
And locally, it's
it is important.
Yes.
Yeah. That's very helpful.
All right, Chair.
Yes, thank you. Yes.
That the screening is what we've discussed
yes.
over several points so far. There was a mention from the previous building that was up at the top of the hill that the screen was supposed to be put in,
yes.
And never was. Is this a condition that's actually enforced in full, that when these buildings are finished, the screen will be put in properly?
Yes, it absolutely is, and that's a good point, because we heard that the landscaping was perhaps not done on a previous occasion. Predates all of us, of course, but I do think Dorset Council is now much better at enforcing that. Ladies and gentlemen, we've had a proposer, we've had a seconder. Yeah. That's right. Just coming to that. Thank you. Yeah. So we've had a yeah.
Before you wrap up, sorry, I bear a small brain here.
Yes.
Did we actually agree that, or was it possible that we can change the roof colour, or was it not going to be changed? Because
I think we
blend in with.
I think I understood you to say the roof colour was already, the roof colour was good.
Goosewing grey is a standard roof type. Has light reflecting qualities. Otherwise, a darker colour tends to a hotter building.
Yes.
So,
I think that has been thought. It's good.
Okay.
Yes. So we've had a proposer. We've had a seconder. Can we just clarify that you're happy to propose and second with the revisions to the conditions 5 and 6, which Jim told us about at the very beginning of the meeting, arising from further work that's been done on the drainage conditions. With those, are you content, my proposer and my seconder? Good, absolutely. Can we put this to the vote? All those in favour of the officer's recommendation with the revised conditions, please raise your hand. Any against? Any abstentions? No, that's carried. Thank you very much indeed. We will move on. Yes, do help yourself to some water while we break. We will move on then to item 8. This, ladies and gentlemen, is an application for a change of use to residential for the former post office in Bradford Abbas. We have, we're just having a change of, yes, thank you very much. Well, I'll just pause while we have a change of officer. Thank you very much to Jim. Welcome to Cass. Good. Lovely. So, change of use for residential for the former post office at Bradford Abbas. This is a recommendation to approve, and it's before us because of objections from the parish council. Welcome to Cass Warman, who's Senior Planning Officer, to give her report. Cass, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everybody. This proposal proposes the change of use of the whole building, which is currently a mixed-use commercial and retail unit, into a wholly residential unit of accommodation. This is a block plan just showing the detached nature of the site within the village of Bradford Abbas. It's at the bottom of the village within the conservation area. The site is not listed, but it is an interesting and characterful building which contributes to the character and appearance of the conservation officer. The front door is shown to the left, is where the van is, and then the middle range is the front room, formerly used as a tea shop and a hairdresser's, and the right-hand side is the shop front, as it was previously when the shop was opened. This is an extract from the marketing particulars when the unit was first marketed, which shows how the shop looked on the right-hand side, the front room being used as a tea room. This floor plan shows quite clearly how the space is interrelated and connected. There is no separate toilet or kitchenette, for example, for the shop units. It's shared with the hallway, the dining room, utility room to the back of the ground floor. The place where the void is marked was blocked off by a previous occupier and used as part of storage and part of the shop. That has now been reopened to reform the original hallway, which runs through the middle of the ground floor. So this is the proposed outline of the ground floor as it would be. The shop would change to a residential room, and the reception room at the front, which had previously been used ad hocly for tea room and hairdressers, would go back to being the front room on the ground floor. So if we consider this site to be a community asset, these are the tests as a local plan policy, which must be assessed against when we consider this application. Applications must demonstrate to pass this test that there's a suitable marketing type and period of the property. There needs to be a justification as to why the change of use is being proposed, and there has to be a demonstration that there is no alternative uses for the site. In 2017, there was an application to change the use of the building to residential. This was refused because none of this was undertaken. There was no marketing exercise, no justification, and no assessment of alternative uses. So in 2017, that application was submitted and refused in March 2018. This application has come back to us now for the change of use, so we need to assess this in the light of the current situation, recent history, marketing that's been undertaken, and especially in regards to the second point of COM3, which allows us to understand an alternative community use. We need to take into account the site constraints of this particular building and its interdependency within its residential and commercial uses. The timeline's outlined in the officer report, but a quick summary and a discussion here, just for context. It's a very traditional and old-fashioned style of village shop, the way it's combined with and the tea room being used in an ad hoc way. Previously, it's been used as a hairdresser's, and before that, officers aren't sure exactly how it's used. And there are reports in some of the representations about how the back rooms have been used for storage and utility spaces, and sometimes they haven't been. So it's a very traditional way of running a commercial enterprise in that it's very flexible and fluid. The application follows 3 years of marketing following the 2017 application that was refused in March 2018. It was marketed in 2018 by two estate agents. Then after this initial period of marketing between 2018 and 2019, it was re-advertised with a new agent, a new set of particulars and a new price, and from 2019, and that was undertaken for the period and subsequently sold. We don't have the specific details regarding the number of viewings, the type of any viewings that did happen won't come forward because we haven't been provided that information by the previous owners. But we have no reason to doubt that the former owner was obstructive in any way to that marketing period. His 2017 application for change of use was refused, and so in their best interest to undertake a thorough marketing exercise in order to try and dispose of the asset as it currently is. So we have no reason to believe that there was any obstructions to that marketing period. We are satisfied that anyone looking to purchase a lifestyle type property with a mixed use of a shop and a retail unit and a residential unit would have found this property in Dorset between the marketing period of 2018 to 2020. It would have found it was suitably advertised, and they would have had an opportunity to view it and discuss appropriately. We're also satisfied that following the purchaser's acquisition of the shop, which was vacant when they bought it in July 2021, that no further marketing has been carried out since then, as to do so would not have resulted in anything new other than what had happened before. There had been no interest for the period 2018 to 2021, so why market it again when it's already been marketed by 3 agents with a change in marketing and with a drop in price? The new owners have demonstrated that they've made some efforts to continue to look at viability and potential alternative uses. They've done some research with local convenience stores and to look at alternatives, and have tried to engage with the parish council. So following the vacant purchase, July 2021, there has been no progress with any reopening of the shop or negotiations with the local community that I'm aware of. So following this period of marketing and the justification presented to us, I do not make this recommendation lightly, but we have to consider the application as it is, taking into account the history, the justification, the marketing that's been carried out, and the current economic climate and the advice received from our economic team. The building has not been designated as an asset of community value, and the community have been aware since December 2020 that the shop was to close and that no purchasers had been found and no interested parties to continue the operation of the village shop had been. An alternative use is very unlikely to come forward due to the interrelationship of the layout of the current units. There is no separate facilities for the shop. There's no separate water or electric. It all shares the same meters. So trying to separate them out is not as simple as you could. There would have to be some reconfiguration of the existing unit if third parties were to run the shop from that unit. It's been marketed by 3 agents between 2018 and July 2021. No interested buyers who were interested in a lifestyle property with a mixed use of a shop and residential have come forward. Officers are satisfied that the marketing that has been carried out was satisfactory to make the unit known to potential purchasers, and that they would have had an opportunity to look at the building and have negotiations with the owner. We also have to remember that if we refuse this application today, we can't force the shop to reopen, and to date, no solutions have been forthcoming to do so. We also can't control the type of the shop that operates. It could open next week as an antique shop or stock shop. It's currently not a designated community shop. Therefore, to reopen it as a community asset in that way, we have no control over at this present time. So therefore, taking into account the information provided by the applicant, the historic performance of the retail enterprises on the site, and advice received from the economic regeneration team, and the fact that it's been adequately marketed, this application is recommended for approval.
Thank you very much indeed, Kath. That's a really lovely, helpful, clear presentation. Thank you very much. There are no highways implications on this one, so thank you very much. So we'll move on now to the public speakers. The first person we are hearing from then is Stephen Hillier.
Thank you, Chairman. Morning, members. In my comments, I'm going to make reference to the National Planning Policy Framework, the West Dorset, Weymouth and Portland Plan, the Dorset Local Plan Consultation Draft, and the Bradford Abbas and Clifton Maybank Neighbourhood Plan Consultation. In terms of the National Planning Policy Framework, paragraph 84 quite clearly states that planning policies and decisions should enable the retention of accessible local services such as local shops. The West Dorset, Weymouth and Portland Plan Policy COM3 states planning permission for proposals including the change of use which result in the loss of local community buildings will not be permitted, but there are caveats regarding whether there is a lack of local need, and I don't believe a lack of local need has been proven. I did see there was no comment in that policy on marketing. The Dorset Local Consultation Plan is a material consideration to which some weight can and should be given. Policy COM3 in that plan is similar in purpose to the COM3 in the Weymouth Plan. But it does strengthen the provisions that promote the retention of local community buildings and requires a greater degree of proof regarding the local need and alternative community uses. Bradford Abbas Neighbourhood Plan, which is also a material consideration to which weight should be given, shows strong local support for the village shop. I did not see in here that there was any comments regarding the, the marketing element of this, and the local reference of the previous application has been put in front of you. I think members do need to be quite clear as to what differs between that application determined in 2018 and the application in front of you now in 2023. But Madam Chairman, members, in conclusion, I feel this application is contrary to paragraph 84 of the NPPF and should be refused. It is contrary to the policy in COM3 of the West Dorset Plan and should be refused. It is contrary to the policy of COM3 of the emerging Dorset Local Plan and should be refused. It is contrary to the emerging Bradford Abbas Neighbourhood Plan and should be refused. If committee is minded to refuse the application on the policy arguments that I have perhaps put forward, I do believe that they would be defensible in an appeal, in the case of an appeal against the decision. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Thank you very much. We next hear from Mark Roach, the agent.
Afternoon. We are grateful to the planning officers for their positive and concise report and the recommendation to grant. We would like to emphasise the following. We bought this property to live in the village and be close to our elderly relations who live in Sherborne. Objectors have stated that we have not marketed our home. Prior to our purchase, our home was marketed continuously for 4 years throughout 2018-2021 by 3 estate agents, one of which, Chester Harcourt, specialises specifically in commercial property. No buyer was forthcoming. As identified by the officer's report, the retail space is not physically or functionally separate from our living area. Facilities and services are shared. These constraints make marketing virtually impossible, as we intend to remain living in our home. We have offered the retail space for rent in the last 11 months. We received 3 requests for details, one of which came far away as Plymouth. No viewings and no offers. Our pre-app advice and the officer's report accepts that any marketing by us would have resulted and has resulted in the same outcome, no interest. We have clearly tested the viability of this retail space in our home. The evidence is unquestionable. It is not viable, it is not required, nor will it be supported by shoppers in the future as it hasn't in the past. The officer's report agrees the needs of the community are already met within the village. There's a weekly pop-up market and a post office. The village hall hosts a monthly market and twice weekly pop-up shop. The village pub is developing a small convenience store. Fresh butchery produce can be purchased from the social club. The church provides a social space with daily tea and coffee. The village has more facilities now than it ever has had in recent years. Members, the old post office house is not a community asset, it is our home. And we respectfully ask that the committee concur with the officer's recommendation to grant our application. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Rhodes. Very clear. We now hear from Mr. Houston from the Parish Council.
I'm Ian Houston, the councillor of Bradford Parish Council. The Parish Council tries as best it can to serve the interests of the whole community, and residents have consistently mourned the closure of the post office as a village shop. Has been such a valuable asset in its central village location for this generation and many, many previous generations. The sense of loss is not just anecdotal. In a recently completed household survey by our neighbourhood plan team, 82% of households say that the village shop is important or very important. Therefore, the Parish Council does not approve the change of the use of the former post office from mixed business to residential use, as it would preclude its ever being re-established as a village shop ever again. We commend the quality and the clarity of the report for gathering facts and opinions so comprehensively. Our issue is that some of those opinions, mainly the applicants' viability assumptions, are very subjective. Run as a community enterprise, like so many other village shops are, we know it can be viable. The trouble is that the post office has been marketed only with the narrowest view of commercial viability, with no regard to the immense value the community places on it. Marketing has obviously not been in the hands or primarily in the interests of the Parish Council and the community it represents. Before the applicants took possession, the Parish Council requested but were unable to inspect the real-life profit and loss accounts from the shop in operation. The Parish Council has spawned two independent groups, a community land trust and a team putting together a submission for a neighbourhood plan, which together can articulate both the need and the solutions providing for a village shop. The Parish Council does not wish to preclude the use of this post office as one of those team solutions, as there is a firm belief by councillors and team members, including the research we've done with the Plunkett Foundation, that there are indeed numerous situations in which the former post office building would be a viable village shop. There's no bus service, and the village shop offers a much needed solution to very significant needs of the more elderly residents with respect to loneliness, socialisation and mobility, as well as younger parents as they drop off and pick up their children from school in this central village location. As soon as the premises were occupied by the new owners, the councillors were keen to know their plans in the hope that they were going to open up the former post office building as a shop again. At this time, in July 2021, the Parish Council had not received any notification of an application of change of use. The new residents asserted very clearly at that time that they knew their legal position and asserted equally clearly that under no circumstances were they going to open a shop on their newly acquired premises.
Your time is up. If you could conclude,
left the councillors disappointed and wondering what precisely their intentions were.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we now hear from Councillor Robin Legg, who is the ward member who's going to be joining us online. whenever you're ready. You are on my screen, councillor Legg, so your 3 minutes begins.
I
when
hope you can hear and see me.
we can hear and see you. Thank you.
Very good. Okay. Perhaps I should preface my remarks by saying I grew up in this village and I've got very fond memories of this as a village shop. There's been a village shop on this site for at least 170 years, and in this specific building since 1889, which is why there are so many objectors to this application. In the last 10 years, the shop has faced some unique challenges in addition to those of the COVID pandemic. The sudden death of the postmaster and shopkeeper in 2012 resulted in a prolonged period of closure during which the post office withdrew its operating licence. So now we have a sub-post office working out of a room in the village hall for a few hours on a Tuesday afternoon, when previously it was a 6 days a week service at the shop. The shop also laboured under the ownership of an absentee landlord living in Australia, whose apparent objective was to sell the property for the maximum possible price. None of these burdens encouraged business continuity. I'll turn now to the local plan policy, which has been mentioned before, column 3, which requires it to be shown that either there's no local need for the shop or it's no longer likely to be viable. And the supporting text of that policy says that the evidence submitted should typically include details of the length of time over which marketing took place, the asking price, the level of interest generated and offers received. As recently as July 2012, just last year, the Planning Authority stated in giving pre-application advice on a proposed change of use to residential that, and I quote from that advice, "The lack of marketing evidence remains a gap in the evidence base for the proposed change of use, and that since 2017, there has been no marketing of the building as an ongoing combined shop residential concern." This is confirmed by the statement in the final paragraph on page 59 of the committee report, where it is admitted that detailed information about marketing in the 2018 to 2021 period is missing. The policy also concludes with an important monitoring indicator target, which states that there should be no net loss in important community buildings during the plan period. Surely this emphasises the importance of retaining facilities such as this shop in a village where there is no longer any bus service. Those without a car or computer skills, mainly the elderly or poor, are entirely dependent on the support of others to live in this community. 2017, West Dorset District Council considered an identical application for change of use to residential, which they refused, saying the local planning authority is not satisfied from the information provided. This village facility could not continue as a viable concern. And I should also mention that the nearby villages...
Your time is up. Could you wrap up if you don't mind, Councillor?
Could I just say the nearby villages of Thornford and Yetminster, which are of a similar size to Bradford Abbas, have both got thriving, viable village shops, and there's no reason Bradford Abbas shouldn't have one too.
Thank you very much indeed, and thank you very much for joining us online. Thank you.
Thank you.
Officers, do you wish to make any comments on the points that have been raised from the floor? Specifically, I think I would like you, let's hear your responses to the number of comments that have been made about the marketing of this, because you were very clear in your report. So could we start with that and then anything else? Thank you.
Yes, it has been marketed by 3 estate agents between 2017-18 to July 2021. We have the information from those estate agents as to the marketing particulars that were advertised at that point. What we don't have is details from the former owner as to exactly how many viewings occurred and any negotiations around those viewings, because that was the former owner. We do not have access to that information. So we are satisfied that it has been marketed by 3 estate agents between that period. We just don't have the detailed negotiation information that you may sometimes typically expect with an application for a loss of a community or commercial assets. With regards to the neighbourhood plan, that is in early stages of preparation. It's not adopted at any point or it's not under consultation. We are aware that as part of that preliminary assessment for the neighbourhood plan, there has been a household survey for the village where one of the questions listed the local assets in the parish council, such as the play areas, the church, societies and clubs, the post box, the Tuesday market, shop and pub, and asked the respondents to that question. The question was phrased, looking at the present provision in the parish, indicate which you consider as important to retain. And for each of those assets, you were then invited to say whether it was very important, important, not sure, or not important. So all of those community assets were listed in that question for residents to be able to respond how important that those provisions of those services were. And that is currently being fed into the early stages of the neighbourhood plan preparation, but it is in no way at this point adopted. And the unit in question, the application site, has not been identified.
And the neighbourhood plan is at a very early stage, and so has weight, virtually none, no weight. Okay, that's, are we clear about that? That's helpful. Thank you very much. Any other points you want to clarify? If not, I'll go around the room for questions. Questions, please, if you have any, before we move on to debate. Councillor Apothecary, I'll start with you today. Do you have questions?
Do we have details of the actual means of marketing that were used? I only say this in relation to another property, which I shan't mention where it is, who have occasionally put in for change of use to residential. But actually, when challenged, they can't give you any real evidence that they have actively marketed. I think just putting in up on your book somewhere isn't quite what we're looking for. I would like to have evidence of strong marketing intention. Thank you.
Yes.
One of the agents that was used between 2017 and 2020, as the current owner stated, was Chester's Harcourts, which do have specialisations in mixed use and commercial properties such as this, and it was actively marketed on their website and their books. And we are confident that people looking for that kind of property would have found that information as per advertised on their websites and their property portfolios.
Yes,
sorry. It's important to remember, of course, that all this was through the pandemic, which threw everything up in the air, and nobody quite knew which way to go forward.
This was prior to the pandemic. Yes, yes. From 2018, which was prior to the pandemic. And I think that you mentioned the pandemic, the question that the current owners moving into the property and they're not marketing it further when they moved in during the pandemic. And I think one might reasonably say there was not a lot of point in them marketing. Marketing had been done for a number of years. And I think it's officers' view that nothing more would have been gained. No more information would have been gained by further marketing, because that was during the pandemic. Is that's your, yeah.
Thank you. That's a really good question, because I think that is the evidence we're looking at, what they've submitted. I think we've found previously when we've tried to challenge at appeal marketing evidence, sectors have given quite significant weight to the fact that it's been marketed by professional agents.
Yes.
So I think we need some evidence that it hadn't been properly marketed. If there is evidence, clear evidence that it has been marketed by people with specialisms in this area, we have to attach some weight to that. It would be down to the committee how much. But I think we also have the backing in terms of our economic development department, which specialise in this, and they haven't questioned that there should be further marketing or that the marketing is flawed in any way. So I think that's material as well.
Yeah. Yes, I think yes. I mean, it's up to us to decide, but we are getting a fairly clear steer from our officers that they are satisfied that the marketing is adequate, and I'm not sure we can be challenging that unless we have evidence to the contrary, and I don't see where we would be getting that from. So I think that's where we are on that. I'm moving around the room. Councillor Cook, further questions?
Yeah, I'd actually like to pick up on that. given that neighbourhood plan evidence has to be current, fairly current at least, and after 2 years, that the steer that I feel that we are getting is that after 2 years, a neighbourhood plan is considered not out of date, but less than. No, I know, no, but given the same principle in that we look at neighbourhood plans for other applications and we're told that after 2 years that neighbourhood plan is considered maybe out of date, surely that the marketing that we are considering today should be current, or at least within the 2 years. And then that brings into question the COVID that society has fundamentally in some ways changed. I appreciate that I'm going into opinion rather than question.
You are.
So my question is, my two questions are, firstly, have we as a council got the responsibility, or B, undertaken any fair rent assessment of what was being put forward, that we can judge as a committee whether the marketing actually lives up to reality? And secondly, that question of how much weight can we give to the marketing that has been done, given that it was 5 years ago?
Yeah, so those are two parts of the question. That the fact that the marketing was done some time ago, is it still robust?
Yes.
Evidence?
So when the pre-application came to us in 2022, we consulted with the Growth and Economic Regeneration team, who assessed all the information that was provided at that time, and they agreed that it was satisfactorily demonstrated that the property was unable to present a financially viable proposition to be run as a commercial enterprise at that time, and they were also satisfied with the market value that it had been advertised previously. The Economic Regeneration team were then reconsulted when this application came in to check that they were still happy that that was still a fair assessment of the situation, and that the marketing previously undertaken was satisfactory and that a new marketing exercise wasn't required. So our internal growth generation team have looked at all of the supporting information that's been presented both at pre-app and now, and are happy that it was advertised at an appropriate price with appropriate people, and that the comparisons and the assessments that were undertaken by the applicants with regards to talking to small convenience stores and potential renting income you could anticipate from using it as an alternative use, such as an office, for example, was a fair assessment of the current situation.
Thank you very much. Yes, good. Councillor Heatley, questions?
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to follow the same line, I'm afraid. It does seem to me that this is quite an old test of viability, and the world has changed in two particular ways since then. Property prices have gone down, and that's quite recent. But if they've gone down, potential mortgages for buying a place are going to will go down, and so the rents you're likely to seek for the shop would go down. This will affect the viability. Equally, we've seen a big increase in energy prices recently, which will make people less willing to leave the village to go and do their shopping. I just feel that, what do you think about those considerations? I just feel that this viability test is a bit out of date.
Thank you, Chair. I think they're really good points you're raising here. I think there is a different market situation. Inflation has changed, that there are different market conditions. We can ask for further information, but there has to be a good reason to do that. And we're taking advice from our specialist economic development officers who said that this is robust. So we can point to different inputs that might be different. Inflation, I don't see a trend in terms of the application we're getting through, that it's much more viable now to run a very small business in a relatively not so populous area as this than it was before. I think it'd be down to you to see whether you feel the evidence that's been presented is sufficient enough. But it's unlikely from the information that we've had from our economic development officers that the situation has got more viable now than it was then. So we consider that we can place weight on this evidence. There's nothing in the policy that says it has to be immediately before and leading up to the point of application. It just has to be sufficient for the purposes of assessing the application, and that's what committee happens. Officers' view and the view of the economic development officers is that it is sufficient. If committee think otherwise, we need to give reasons why it's still not acceptable following that long period of marketing from 2017 when it was refused previously.
That's, yes, helpful. Councillor Heatley. Councillor Taylor, any questions at this point? Yes? Yeah.
This might throw the whole thing into a pickle, I'm afraid. Could I see the first photograph again that we had from the actual front of the building? That one. Can you tell me, originally, was this building built as a house for a family, or was it built for a shop? That's an important question, because that to me looks like a family house in the future. And also the post office there, is that a King George post office? Because I don't know when it changed. As Councillor said before, the fact that he remembers it being 100 years trading. I'm curious, because that to me weighs a lot on what was the original purpose of the building. And finally, coming to the viability studies of the current market, it is tough. It is a real tough one. And the thing is that we've got to look at the fact that these other people are providing services as well. It hasn't got a post office license, it's somewhere else. And the thing is that therefore is the village has been well serviced already. That is not me to judge, but just to note. But that is my question. What was it before?
Okay, so I have the extract of the application building as described in the conservation area appraisal is summarised in the officer report. And it says the post office shop shown on the 1839 Tithe map. A post office has been at this premises since 1851, if not before, originally a cottage. And then it goes on to describe the characteristics of the building. By the shop entrance is a George V, circa 1934 post office.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
So the conservation officer appraisal states that it was a post office since approximately 1851, if not before, but originally a cottage.
Yeah, and the relevance of that, of course, is but which we mustn't lose sight of, is the internal layout of this building, which is problematic for it to be. I think you've explained very well that it's problematic for it to be used as a shop by anybody other than the residents. In other words, it's quite difficult to let this out to somebody else because it's all interlinked, and I think that was the point you really up here. Councillor Penfold, any questions?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Yes, I'd like to go back to the history of this building. I do know this shop. I know quite a lot as well. And the heritage significance of the history in 1839. Could you just elaborate on this a bit more, please? Thank you.
So the building as it currently stands contributes positively to the character and appearance of the conservation area. There aren't any external alterations proposed in this application. So if it were to be approved, the window would not be as it is currently. It would, I assume, have curtains and be part of the house as it would then become. Conservation officer has been was consulted as part of this application. Because there were no external alterations proposed, there was no objection from conservation as to any adverse impacts as to the change of use on the character and appearance of the building and the conservation area.
Anything else?
Okay,
Thank you very much. Councillor Rideout, any questions?
No, Chairman, I haven't.
Councillor Jones, any questions? No. Okay. If there are no further questions, I'll open it up to debate then. Does anyone want to? Yes, Councillor Jones.
I think this is a bit of a tricky one. But having said that, in 2022, the shop steering group was no longer active. Whilst there might be a desire for a village shop, if it's not commercially viable and the present owner is not forced to turn it into a shop, and why should he? There's no obligation on his part to actually open a shop. The population is just under 1,000. And I think I'm going on with the officer's recommendation. I think that it is up to the current owner. We cannot force him to open a shop But I understand the concerns, and it would be lovely if we all had village shops, but unfortunately, that just simply isn't the case. So I will leave it there for the moment.
Thank you very much. Councillor Rideout.
Thank you, Chairman. Linda Rideout, Living on Wood. I concur with my colleague here, Carol. It's very sad when you lose a village shop. I know that from experience, and we all want it there. The neighbourhood plan consultation identified community desire for a village shop in 2022, but people will say they want these things, but when it's reality, comes to reality, they don't use these things, and then we lose it. It's just what's happened here. There's been plenty of time over the years, over a decade, for this to be a good, well-used shop and the other facilities. So it's a great shame. It is identified as an important local building, and this is what actually concerns me, and it's within the Bradford Abbas Conservation. It's not identified as a community asset, so I think it's important that someone is actually living in this building and maintaining it, keeping it for the future.
That's a very good point.
Yeah,
Thank
and
you.
I'd be happy to
Second. Have you had, is that a proposer and a seconder? Yeah, go on. Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Taylor.
Just to emphasise what you've just explained there, the fact that it's financial viability, which is the important fact of this, and it's not viable from the last 15 years, I think it is, from what we can work out. So therefore, there is a huge strain on the current owner to actually make it profitable, which it would not be able to, I don't think. And therefore, the fact it is a sad loss, but I'm afraid that this building has got to be maintained into its good state. So I'm going along with recommendation.
That's good. Thank you. Anybody want to say yes, Councillor Bothbury?
Thank you, Chairman. I suspect that the facilities that have sprung up in the village and that are now available is a direct result of the closure of this shop, which demonstrates that there is actually a need, and that as communities do, they're resourceful and they find an alternative source of the facilities that they need. So I do believe there's support in the village, and I do believe that there is a viable business if anybody was minded to reopen and have a go at it. I do believe also that it's against policies, several policies. I'm unable to support the recommendation.
Thank you very much. Councillor Heatley.
Thank you, Chair. I think it's fairly obvious that there's a need for a shop of this kind. Not everybody, this is a village without a bus. There are people who can't get out of it. The need, I think, is fairly obvious. I think it is possible that it's viable. I think it's perhaps a bit unlikely, but I think it's possible. And given the NPPF paragraph 84, I think while there is a possibility of viability, it perhaps shouldn't be preventing values to continue. Okay, we'd go on for a bit longer if there could be a further application another 2 years down the line, but I think this shop should have another chance. Thank you.
Anybody? Yes, Councillor.
I think I agree with Councillor Heatley and Councillor Pothbury that once you take something away, and I take Councillor Rideout's point, once you take something away, then somebody will always say, yes, I want it. It's been moved. If this all could be pulled back into one space, I think that would show to the owners and to community that sense of community getting together to provide something was justified. And we've always got the possibility in the future that if we agreed to this recommendation, that the use could change back to a shop. However, that would rely on absolutely on the goodwill of whoever was owning it at the time. I'm not 100% convinced that the evidence to show that it isn't viable is there. And that's why I was trying to tease that out with the couple of questions that I asked earlier. I believe that should be as current as possible due to the fact that we have changed as a society, and to be able to look at the current economic data in light of what has changed.
Okay, I have a little bit of a problem with us saying as a committee that we're not confident in the evidence of non-viability that is being presented, given that it has the support of our officers and our economic development team. So I'm not sure on what evidence, on what grounds we can take a different view than that. We have no evidence. The evidence that's been presented to us, which is evidence of our economic. So I'm a little bit chary of that. I'm not saying you can't go there, just a little bit chary of that. I would also remind, with the point that was made in the officer's report, just let's not lose sight of the fact that, of course, there is absolutely nothing, there's absolutely no way that we can make the owners of this shop open a shop. And if they were to open a shop, there's absolutely no way we can determine that it would be a village store. It could be any kind of shop. It's been a hairdresser's in the past. So I think we have to be a little bit aware of our limitations in terms of what we're trying to achieve here. That point was made. So just a sort of word of caution as to how much power we actually have here, notwithstanding the points that you're made. Is there anybody, we've heard for, we've heard against, it's been a good debate. Does anybody want to add anything else? Yes, Councillor Pothcary.
I understand what we're saying, and I certainly wouldn't question our officers. But I do consider that this building was bought as a shop. I think it should be retained as a shop a little while longer.
Any comments from the officers before we wrap this up? Yes.
I think ideally we'd all want it to remain a shop.
Yes.
I think that's not disputed, but we do have some evidence before us, and it's down to committee to decide how much weight you attach to that. But I think we need to avoid sort of anecdotal type evidence that we don't have. We have the evidence that's presented. And there was a sort of thought that people would shop more locally following the pandemic when people had to shop locally. But trends do suggest, I'm not an expert on this, that people are looking for value because of inflation. So I can see, you know, that I can understand the comments from economic development, because it's not the fact that everyone's still shopping very locally following the pandemic because of extreme inflationary pressures. People are looking for value and are still travelling. So, you know, I mean, again, that's slightly anecdotal, but it does reflect what our economic development officers are saying when small shops like this are clearly going to struggle, and that's borne out by the evidence we have.
Yeah, I think that's very helpful. So just a steer from me, if I may. The evidence we have is that is presented. The evidence we have that's presented to the committee is that of the officers and the economic development team. The rest is anecdote. Our role, therefore, is to decide how much weight we choose to give to that evidence. It's not, if you don't mind, to challenge that evidence with other opinion. There's evidence and there's opinion. But we do have absolutely the position now that we can decide how much weight to give that evidence. But I'd rather we didn't lob in other anecdotal evidence as if that was to counter that evidence, because it's not quite the same thing. But we can decide how much evidence to give to that weight, which is what you're doing. Councillor Pothcary and then Councillor Heatley.
Leaving that aside, could our officers confirm that it is actually against policies?
I think they said
no.
If it's considered to be a local community asset, then it is contrary to COM 3, but the tests need to be demonstrated as outlined there. So it has to be demonstrated that there's no local need or such a facility is no longer likely to be viable and an alternative has not been found.
And as I understand it, the viability, this is the evidence that we have been presented with. It's up to you how much weight you give to that evidence. And alternative community use, not needed, well, we obviously needed, not likely to be viable. I think that's made about the layout of the building, isn't it? So I think officers' view, and the committee can take a contrary, officers' view is that those tests have been met, so it's not contrary to policy. So yeah, but that's what we're here for. We've kind of discussed this. I think I've had a proposer and a seconder. I think I'm about ready to put this to the vote. So we've had a proposer and a seconder that we should approve this court officers' recommendations. All those in favour of approval, please raise your hand. Those against? That is then carried by the skin of our teeth. But thank you very much, everybody. That was a really good debate. At this point, we are going to wait 30 minutes. It's now 1:45, so we come back, we reconvene at 4. Good, thank you very much. Well, welcome back, everybody, to part 2 of the Northern Area Planning Committee. We had some really good debates, I thought, this morning, so thank you very much. Let's have more of the same this afternoon. A good example of what the Planning Committee is for. Before we proceed, we're likely to run over our allotted 3 hours. So could I ask for someone to propose and second that we extend the meeting? If we do it now, so I've had a proposal, Councillor Ridout, Councillor Jones seconding, then it's done and we can go on for as long as we need to, which hopefully won't be all that long. Without more ado, then moving on to agenda item 9. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a retrospective application for a change of use of an agricultural building to allow stone cutting to be carried out in Mockham. I don't need to remind the committee that the fact of it being a retrospective application is not a material consideration. We deal with it in exactly the same way as we would any other application. So in this case, it does have the advantage that we actually know what the impact will be because it's already there. So that's a lot easier to judge than the modelling that we're normally relying on. We have a recommendation to approve with conditions, and it's with us because of an objection from the Parish Council. Simon Sharp, Senior Planning Officer, this is your report. Over to you, Simon.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon, members. So, as the Chair was saying, this is a retrospective application. It's in the parish of Mockham. What I'll do is I'll canter through the slides and introduce you to the proposal, and then I'll wrap up on my introduction talking about the pertinent issues. So on the slide there, you can see that although it's within the parish, it is detached from the main built-up area. So it's part of a farmstead. The rest of the buildings outside of the application site retaining that agricultural use. You can see from that site plan that to the north, east and west of the site is agricultural land, open farmland. To the south, the cluster of buildings here includes the farmhouse, which is not in the applicant's control. It is a rented out to a tenant, not in association with either the farming use or indeed the use under consideration here, and that indeed that farmhouse is the nearest residential receptor to the site. To the north out of the outside of the plan here are further dwellings in the village. You can see the main body also down here to the southwest of the site of predominantly residential uses down here. So this is zooming in to show the building in question. So the use is happening inside this building. It is enclosed on the northern, western and southern elevations. And you'll see from the photos that the eastern end is open. There is a container and a generator in association with the use. So the use is for cutting local stone. So the local stone is brought to the site in its uncut state, including, for example, the Shaftesbury Green sands, the Arnhold stone, and that's brought to the site, it's cut, and then it's taken to, for example, building sites in the area. I can see from the report, and I know my colleague Steve will touch on it, the traffic movements associated with the use. So here's the building in elevation form. It's a typical late 20th century construction, typical of farmsteads. Indeed, previous to the use for the cutting of stone, it was used as an agricultural building in association with the farm. This is an extract from Dorset Explorer, which shows the relationship of the site to public rights of way. Imposing the layout of the public rights of way onto the aerial footage, there's a slight inaccuracy that this public right of way here with the green line, the Brideway, is actually cuts to the south of buildings to the south of the site between those farm buildings and the farmhouse, and that become apparent as we move through the images. But it is relatively close to the site, and as you'll see from the images later, this public right of way here has a clear line of sight across to the application site building, and indeed, when I was walking, I walked it on till 3 occasions now. You can hear the use from the public rights of way here, as indeed you can from this public right of way here. So this is inside the building. So this is the stone cutting, the saw here, and this is stone being cut as I was taking the photograph. The water is used for the cooling process for the cutting. This is that eastern end of the building. So that previous photograph, I was standing back here looking into the building. So the stone cutting is taking place behind this container. This is the container in question for the site office with the generator just behind. Just delay for a second.
Yes, thank you. While these people walk behind us, welcome. Thank you, Simon.
So, thank you, Chair. So, moving on, this is a photograph looking southwards away from the application site across the remaining buildings in the farmstead. So, the farmhouse is actually behind these traditional farm buildings. There's a traditional crew yard, and then beyond which is the farmhouse. This is from Frog Lane, looking across the nearest field to the site, and this is the building in question. So again, you can see it's late 20th century design and form. You can see, members, the higher ground to the east of the site, and you can see the relative openness of this field and the openness to Frog Lane. So when I was standing here taking this photograph, I could clearly hear the stone cutting process taking place. You can see the other retained agricultural buildings in agricultural use next to the application site building. Looking northwestwards up the avenue of trees on Frog Lane, and this is the avenue of trees that's referred to in the officer's report, obviously identified in the neighbourhood plan. And that's a made neighbourhood plan, members, so it's part of the development plan and afforded full weight as a part of the neighbourhood plan, made neighbourhood plan. This is an image from Street View, but it's hasn't changed on site. So there's the site in the background. This is that avenue of trees on Frog Lane. That's the public right of way to the north of the site. You can see the clear openness of the views from the public right of way back towards the site. Another Street View image. This is looking. This is south of the site, but looking towards the junction with Bittles Green. So you can. The important point to note from here, members, is that the fact that Frog Lane is a single lane wide. It's devoid of a number of passing places. There aren't recognised passing places along it. It's also devoid of a segregated footway and street lighting. And just as you'll note from the officer's report, members, it is a lane that is frequented by parishioners and other local people and visitors for walking, for walking their dog, horse riding, etc. It's part of a loop around the village, and it is frequented. And obviously, in winter months, because it's a macadam surface, it's an area which means you don't have to venture off into a muddy field to take that walk and enjoy the countryside. This is the junction at the south end of Frog Lane, which is referred to in the officer's report. So here's the neighbourhood plan extract, because obviously those neighbourhood plan policies are relevant to the determination of the application. You'll see policy MOT 4 from the neighbourhood plan, and you'll see that one of the relevant local green spaces is the Frog Lane Avenue, which we've seen in photographs and is repeated here in the neighbourhood plan itself. And there's the policy in full for members. Obviously, during your discussion of the item, I can return to that slide if members need to refer to that text, but it's discussed in the officer's report. MOT 7 is another of the relevant neighbourhood plan policies, and it refers to local views. So the site is here, that's where my cursor is, and so you can see that there are views C and D, and indeed E in the vicinity of the site, and they are again referred to in the officer's report. So looking at the considerations which are detailed in the officer's report but outlined here. So there is and policy support derived from the local plan policies in terms of the principle of the use. Policy 11 is to do with employment. Policy 20 is your countryside policy in the North Dorset local plan. And policy 29 is the conversion and reuse of existing buildings in the countryside, taken collectively as the basket of policies relevant to the development here. They provide that support subject to criteria for the principle of the development. There has been a robust noise impact assessment submitted with the application, which has been fully checked by our environmental health colleagues and considered to be robust. That assesses the impact on residential amenity, and you'll see that there are 5 residential receptors assessed in that report. There are low trip rates associated with the use, resulting in acceptable highway safety impacts, subject to the route taken by deliveries and collections being from the south rather than from the north. There, in officer's opinion, no visual landscape harm arising from the development of existing building. It's not a new building being proposed for the actual cutting. There is a container and a generator associated with use, but they wouldn't be uncommon structures that you'd see in a farmstead. And then we come on to an issue which I, as the case officer, did consider for a significant period of time and reflected on for a significant period of time. I really felt that it was at the nub of the balance of consideration here. And that is how one experiences that local landscape around the site, and how the use impacts on that experience, that sort of the oral experience and the oral experience of the landscape. Because when I went there when stone cutting was not in use, it was very much a tranquil experience, and I can see why people, dog walkers, horse riders, etc., use Frog Lane and those public rights of way for that experience. It's not a valued landscape with a capital V and a capital L as we know it from the national, the NPPF, but it's certainly a landscape of local value with a small L and a small V, and the use, the stone cutting, certainly has an impact on that that oral experience of that landscape. That's for sure. Now, my officer's conclusions are that that is not a determinative impact, but that's obviously something that members may wish to consider. And finally, you'll ask to note the condition 5 with regard to surface water drainage. And that concludes my introduction, Chair.
Thank you very much indeed. And as always, you set it, the matters out for us very, very clearly, and we're grateful. Steve, I didn't think you want to make a presentation for this one, but you're here to answer questions.
I'd like to make a presentation if you want.
Oh, I'd love you to make a presentation. Yes, no.
A short one. Well, you've heard from the case officer. Frog Lane is an unclassified road, it's a D-class road with no footways or street lighting, and it is well used by pedestrians and cyclists.
We have some visuals up from one or other of you. Pictures of Frog Lane would be nice.
Sorry, I have stopped sharing, Chair.
Yes, I appreciate that. No, we can take your time. Then to talk about Frog Lane, it'd be nice to see it. That's Frog Lane, the very one. Steve.
Okay, so as you can see, single width, no footways, no street lighting, well used by cyclists and pedestrians, horse riders and the like. I myself have walked up and down there many times and survived to tell the tale, but I haven't met too many vehicles, I must admit. Now, there are very limited opportunities for pedestrian refuge along there, mainly driveways, grassed verges, which you wouldn't want to do in inclement weather. But generally what you see there is what you get all the way from Bittles Green up to the site. Now, the applicant has provided information relating to the traffic generation of the site, its current use, and this is traffic information based on what currently happens. There's likely to be one articulated lorry visiting the site once a month, and that will be delivering stone. Now, that is the worst case scenario. Apparently, it's determined on market conditions, the time it takes to cut the stone, but one artic a month. There could be up to 8 tractor and trailer movements during the month, but that's 16 two-way movements over a period of that 1 month. There will be collection by builders' vans, which could be 1 or 2 a week, determined again by market conditions. And there will be staff movements. I think it's intended there'll be 2 full-time employees on the site per day. So that's 4 two-way movements. So the traffic generation of this site is very low. On page 80, Simon alluded to condition 4. There's a condition which identifies a route to the site, which will be taking vehicles from Church Road through Bittles Green and then north up the road that you can see there to the site. So there's no intention to take the vehicles along the lovely tree-lined avenue. Now, historically, the former dairy farm at the site generated 1 rigid HGV tanker per day and perhaps 8 tractor and trailer movements per day. And this is the important point that I think you need to bear in mind here, is that large HGVs have historically accessed the site. Large agricultural vehicles have historically accessed the site. And thank goodness there have been no accidents at all to date, predominantly down to the very low traffic movements we have here. This is a typical Dorset road which has agricultural vehicles on it. This effectively has formed the basis of the Highway Authority's recommendation on this. We don't feel that the traffic levels generated are sufficient that we could substantiate a refusal. In terms of the MPPF, we're looking at the word severe. The fact that HGV movements are effectively reduced as a consequence of this development, we feel is a betterment to the area. We certainly don't think there's sufficient grounds to recommend a refusal. Happy to answer any further questions, Chair, but thank you for that opportunity to speak.
Really helpful. Thank you very much. Good. We now move on to hear from our public speakers. We have two. The first one we're going to speak is Philippa Gatehouse for the agent. Press, have your microphone on when you're ready.
One in front, right hand button.
This one here.
That's it.
Done. Well done. Yes.
Brilliant. So, Chair, I'd just like to say thank you for the opportunity to speak and address the committee today. As previously outlined, the proposal is recommended for approval by your own case officer. As we've seen today, the proposal is a very low-key farm diversification initiative, which utilises an existing, previously unused agricultural building for a local building stone cutting business. And this forms part of an existing wider holding, including the farmstead and the applicant's ownership, which is currently rented out. As the development involves the reuse of the existing rural building, your policies do support this. Namely, as we've seen before, policies 11, 20 and 29. Building accommodates the use without alteration, as we've seen, and as such, the visual impact on the character and the appearance of the area is negligible. The limited planning issues associated with this proposal are clearly understood, and we can see that the case officers clearly looked at those carefully, and they've been addressed throughout the course of this application. This includes the associated noise impacts from the operation of the stone cutting machinery and generator, the traffic associated with the delivery of the raw material, and the collection of the product. So if we just turn firstly to the noise, the applicants have submitted, as we know, the detailed noise impact assessment, which is based on measurements taken during the operation of the machinery and the generator whilst it was actually on site. The noise assessment was based on the BS 4142, which is the appropriate methodology, and it concluded that the operation of the development creates only a low noise impact. And the noise impact assessment has been fully scrutinised by your environmental health officer, and crucially, this concludes that it's a robust assessment and no objection has been raised. As alluded to previously, and I'd like to just reiterate, it is a very low traffic generating use, and I appreciate the term betterment used today. It's one articulated lorry per month delivering stone to the site, 8 tractors and trailers per month to transport the stone, 1 to 2 builders' vans per week to collect the stone, and 2 cars per day, Monday to Friday, for the staff. So these are, of course, very low numbers of vehicles that are going to be using the road. And as we've heard, the Highway Authority have fully considered the traffic implications and raises no objections to this proposal. The applicant has worked really hard to overcome local concerns, and no concerns remain from any statutory consultees in relation to this application. The proposal supports economic development and the rural economy. So we commend your case officer's recommendation to approve the application and respectfully request that this planning permission be granted.
Very much indeed. We hear next, please, from Mr. Taylor for the Parish Council.
Afternoon. Oh, wrong one. Sorry about that. Right. Morecambe Parish Council has objected to this, largely in terms of traffic safety, damage, and a few other factors which I'll go into in a minute. The damage stated in our objection is substantial on Frog Lane. In places, the grooves at the side of the tarmac are now up to 350 millimetres wide, and in places 150 millimetres deep, which in dry weather is probably not too much of a problem. But once it gets wet, and these are filled with water, you've no idea how deep a rut you're getting into. And with current vehicles, many of them using very low profile tyres, this is a distinct hazard. Somebody sooner or later is going to shred a tyre or even lose control. And this damage will only get worse, it will not get better. Now, I respect highways, and they've indicated that HGVs have visited the farm, negotiating the approaches without issue. A councillor recently witnessed the delivery, and to get from Fittles Green into Frog Lane, the only way the HGV could do this was to drive in the tractor unit into the gateway opposite, up over the bank, and then around the corner. And it took 2 attempts to achieve this. The current route past Mottcombe School is very narrow, and it includes a 3-way junction where the visibility from the school direction is severely restricted, and vehicles using this route of those turning right from the street towards the school cannot see the other vehicles until they're actually at the junction. Southwest buses regularly have problems with this junction. Any other route to the farm would be problematical for different reasons. A very comprehensive noise survey has been produced, but I'm afraid this doesn't cover all eventualities. I was recently had a complaint from a resident who said she was unable to sit in her garden because of the high-pitched noise cut from the cutting operation. Her residence is well to the west of this site, in the middle of the village. It was an easterly wind that day, so depending on weather conditions, noise can be an issue. We also challenge.
Could I ask you to come to a conclusion? Yeah.
My conclusion is that there are very severe environmental reasons when we're going to be carting tons of stone through this village, and it's alleged that this stone is local. Well, I'm afraid Portland stone, Bath stone, Purbeck stone, Sturmisham are hardly local sources. So there are, in light of the current climate emergency, there are severe environmental issues. So on that basis, respectfully urge you to reject this application.
Thank you very much. And I'm sorry to cut you off, but I have to be a little fierce with my 3 minutes. It's good. Thank you. Just before you ask, so just in case, a procedural note, because this is a retrospective application, and I'm saying this now so that it doesn't carry any weight to sway the debate, which hasn't begun yet. Should the committee resolve to refuse in the usual way, with all the necessary grounds, what would then happen is that, because this is a retrospective, an enforcement notice would be issued. The enforcement would move straight to an enforcement notice, and the enforcement notice and the planning appeal would both be, a planning decision would both be subject to appeal in the usual way, and they would probably be appealed together, but that's not our concern. So that's what would happen should you decide to refuse this application. I'll now take any questions. I'll start. I'm looking at you, Councillor Pothecary. First of all, officers, do you want to make any comments on what you've heard? Yes, please, Steve. I thought you might.
Chair. I disagree with the majority of the points raised by the parish council here. I mean, they've indicated that an HGV can turn into Frog Lane, and I know that the alignment is difficult there, and that the access or the highway land and the agricultural access can be utilised by vehicles to do that. But I must remind you, it's the frequency of the large vehicle here, the articulated vehicle, which could be going in once a month, which is the point you need to consider. Large agricultural use vehicles do use the network. They do use that road. Gentleman mentioned the route past the school, and then the interesting junction, the three-way junction at the bottom of the main street in Mopcombe itself. The idea of that is that the visibility is restricted, which is why people do slow there and come to a standstill. So you'd expect me to say this is good traffic calming. This is what we want to see, people going slower at junctions like that. And the fact that it goes past the school, well, it's a C-class road. It's a strategic route which is meant to link settlement, so we'd expect vehicles to use it. And with all drivers to drive with due care and caution, no matter what size vehicle they're using. I think that's the main points I'd just like to make now. Thank you, Chair.
Simon, do you want to come in with any points of clarification from what we heard in the public remarks?
Thank you, Chair. Only just to reiterate, I heard the parish council and comments have been made by third parties, written comments about the robustness of the noise impact assessment. It has been completed to the relevant British standard and has been considered in full by our own environmental health officers, and they consider it a robust assessment and have no objections. So I'll just, when members are considering that particular matter, that's the specialist in-house input with regard to that particular consideration.
Yes, and you were very clear in your report, weren't you, that nobody's suggesting that there is no noise impact. There is clearly a noise impact. Before I go round, I'm going to start with my question to you, Steve, if just to clarify this question of the damage to the verges. But so is the suggestion that that this is due to the vehicles that are now using the site under its current use, and how are they different from the vehicles that we're using? I appreciate that there's once a month the big lorry, but that's once a month. But we had tractors going in and out before. We have tractors going. Are these tractors now bigger?
I think all agricultural vehicles seem to be growing in size, don't they, in my experience. The difficulty with any damage to the highway is proving who's actually caused the damage. And I think in this instance, perhaps the case officer can tell us how long this has been operating without planning permission. But if it's been operating for 3 months, that's 3 trips there and back by an HGV. I think it would be very difficult to prove that they'd caused the damage.
Yes.
And the issue we have as a highway authority is that we invariably can't prove who's caused any damage unless they've been witnessed actually overrunning the carriageway. So unfortunately, I think the course is to contact their local community highway officer, which they probably already do, and outline the issues they've had and see what remedial measures could be put in place. But I don't think we could point the finger at this applicant and say that they're the sole cause of damaging the
damage to the verges. No, certainly not from the once a month vehicle. That I do suspect the tractors, but then I would, because I live in a village. But we are not clear that there are more tractors than there were before. So I take that point exactly. I'm looking at Councillor Apothecary for any questions.
No questions at the moment, thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Cook?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Just one question regarding the noise levels. Take absolutely what the officers just said in response to the overall noise assessment being made robustly. Does that take into account any noise to pedestrians and countryside users, or is that noise assessment specifically for households within a specific area?
Question. Good question.
Thank you, Councillor. It keeps to the residential receptors.
So have we got an equivalent for the footpaths and Frog Lane?
No, but that's, so the noise impact assessment hasn't considered the footpaths as the receptors, because the standard is to consider it to the residential receptors.
That's still with us then, yeah.
Yeah, a follow-up question.
Yes,
then.
please.
In light of that answer, should we consider that the countryside users are being maybe put at, sort of a detriment because of the noise? Is there any way, or do we have the powers to, in condition, address any mitigation for countryside users? Should we be minded to do so?
Thank you, Councillor Cook. There is obviously the condition about the times of use, which is in there, but that's really responding to the residential amenity. Obviously, it will have implications as well for the users of the public rights of way. The building obviously has the open east end, and that's where a lot of the noise will be emitted from. But obviously for ventilation, etc., it's designed there. So I would say there's limited scope for providing mitigation in terms of an additional fabric envelope to the building, for example, because of the need to ventilate. I think you've got to consider it on its own on its own merits as it is, and it's the issue here is it's one that I considered for a significant period of time, as I said in my introduction, is it's not actually a matter which need to be considered in the noise impact assessment to the residential receptors. It was more about the people's experience of the landscape, and obviously MOT 4 of the neighbourhood plan being relevant there because of the designation of the avenue of trees as a local green space in that regard. And as I said in my report, clearly has an impact on that experience. It's what weight you afford to that, but it's not one that you could quantify in terms of a noise impact assessment, because it wasn't necessary for that noise impact assessment to consider it in that way, albeit you can consider it as part of that experience of the landscape. But that's more of a subjective judgment, if you know what I mean. It's one that I would say was considering for a significant period of time myself as part of the application process.
That's very helpful. I mean, it seems to me members might like to might take the view that that is kind of the key issue here. It's the impact of the noise on the public rights of way and the character of the area, and that character of the area having been designated. So it's not, we're not, we can take a view, the officer's view is that that impact is not determinative. We could take a different view to that if we so choose, not on the basis of the noise impact assessment, but on the basis of the detriment to the character of the area. So that's kind of what we get to, I suspect, when we get to the discussion. So moving on round, Councillor Heatley, any questions? Thank you. Councillor Taylor, any questions at this point? Yes.
Coming back to the noise aspect, sorry, my apologies. Going back to the noise aspect, which I would be very interested in, we looked at the plan of the land, and one of the things I noticed was King Alfred's Tower and Stourhead Gardens. That's National Trust property. I'm just wondering whether or not that has been actually brought into noise factor at all. That's purely an observation, that is, let's say. And the secondary is the stone pollution, as we saw, of residue stone. How is it being disposed of? Because the photograph I saw of the building with the stone being cut, it's all over the floor. And I'm just wondering how it's been controlled. There's two areas of concern I've got there.
So first of all, how far afield is this noise impact? Yeah. I mean, I think our concern is with the immediate neighbourhood and the character of the immediate area. How far over?
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Yeah, so I mean, I walked quite significant distances away from the site. The noise does fall away, and to be honest, because you you obviously pick up the topography to the east. You can still hear the noise at the foot of the high ground to the east, and you can still hear the noise when you get towards the south end of Frog Lane, albeit it's not that noise, in my opinion. Everyone experiences it in a different way that was disturbing the actual experience by that time. So in the officer's opinion, it's clearly local to those public rights of way in the vicinity of the site. And that's where, in terms of the policies on the neighbourhood plan, which is about Mott 4 with the local green space, the avenue of the trees and the environment around it, is where I felt that there was that consideration being relevant to the development. Yeah, so I'll just, I think you had a question about the interior of the building, so I'll get that.
Yes, the stage.
Yeah.
Yes. Because there's obviously stone cutting involves water, which is what we're looking at there. That, yes, it's not the flood.
It's outside the room as well.
Yeah. So how is?
Yeah.
The Mott 4,
Yes.
the key is that development will be allowed within these areas, but it only be supported where it would enhance the enjoyment of the space and not undermine its importance.
Yes.
And that's the avenues of trees, so that's the local green
Yes.
area.
So that.
That's the key local plan policy. I think officers' view is that it wouldn't, because there would be a degree of trees, but that wouldn't be harmful. But that's for the committee to assess.
That's the key thing for us, I think, for us here today. Yes.
Yeah.
In terms of disposing of the water, then.
Yeah, so there is that. To be honest, it drains. I'll show back.
Yes.
It drains to a pond, but it is. It's not polluted water.
There's
a filter, so by the time it gets to the pond, it is water, if you like,
yes.
Which is just behind this container. And you can see there are gullies. There's an operation in way. It's not a polluted environment, Councillor Taylor. You can see inside the building there's more water, but by the time you get outside of the building, has been captured and it is then being filtered. But I have put a condition on as part of the conditions to ensure that is in place as a permanent fixture.
There's a condition for pollution problem.
On the drainage, yeah, that is a condition. Condition 5, I think it is. I haven't got it in front of me.
Thank you very much.
And I'll just go back to the policy Mott 4, so members have that on the screen.
Leave it up there until we need another area, so we can commit it to memory. Councillor Penfold, any questions, please?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. How are the hours of work going to be monitored? They're 8:30 to 6:30, Monday to Friday, I understand.
Thank you, Councillor Penfold. Yeah, so it would be just as all conditions are monitored. If we receive a comment from a third party that they are being breached, and we have had some suggestions already that they have been, or rather, obviously the conditions aren't in place, but there are suggestions from some members of the community that they are operating beyond these hours at the moment, but obviously there isn't a permission in place for there to be in breach of. I have to be honest, I visited outside of the hours and the stone cutting wasn't in place, but I'm not a resident of Mockham, so I haven't got experiences 24/7, but I haven't seen and heard the stone cutting outside of those hours. But that's not to say it's not happening, because but if there was comments made by third parties, then obviously our enforcement team would investigate.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Councillor Rideout, questions?
So Belinda Rideout, Gillingham Ward, a couple of questions. I'm looking for solutions, I think, here to make this operation more palatable to everyone having to live around it. Firstly, how is the route going to be enforced? Does that include all vehicles to and from the site? How can you enforce some trailers not going approaching or leaving the wrong way? And is there any mitigation we can put in place by condition? I think this has already been answered, but for damage to verges, especially if it was proven that vehicles to and from this site are causing damage. Secondly, mitigation to reduce the noise disturbance. Simon, you mentioned in your report there's gaps in the structure, which is allowing the sound to escape. Why has that door got to be completely open on the east elevation? There must be something we can do to soundproof the building to fill in those gaps. Also, the generator, is there a way of soundproofing the generator? Because that still emits this low rumbling sound, which gets on anyone's nerves after a while if you're close to it. Thank you.
Really good question. Thank you very much. Can I start with Steve with talking about how is the traffic, the condition for the traffic travelling in a particular route to be controlled and enforced?
Well, first thing I'd say is that as a highway authority, we didn't recommend that condition, but I think Simon's already given us the answer in that the enforcement would be by third parties, alerting the planning authority that wasn't being adhered to. The wording says delivery and collection, so I'm presuming it's the larger vehicles, not the staff movements. With regards to damage to verges, that would be covered by the Highways Act rather than through a planning condition. So if it's proven that damage was caused by an individual to the highway verge, then we would prosecute using the Highways Act. But it's that proving the damage which is the issue.
Thank you. Just in terms of if it's any comfort that there are businesses in my ward that have similar conditions for the traffic only to take a particular route, and it's not an issue. They know, the lorry drivers know that's what they have to do, and by and large they do it. So it can be made to work, is what I'm saying. The verges, I'm much less sanguine about. The second half of the question then is there anything we could do about, you've mentioned that the building needs to be open for ventilation and so on. Is there anything further we can do about that? And indeed, putting the generator into a box.
Thank you, Councillor Rideout, for the question. And I think something Councillor Cook raised earlier. I've sort of been reflecting on Councillor Cook's question over the last 5 minutes or so, and Councillor Rideout's raised it again. I think the only way that could be solved is if there was a closing in of that eastern elevation to an extent that it attenuated noise to an extent, but still allowed for the ventilation of the building. Now, obviously, I don't know what the impact of that would be, but we could construct a condition, because it's probably retrospective, of a scheme being submitted to us within a certain timescale, say 3 months of the date of the permission, and implemented within 6 months of the date of the permission. That would be the way that it would be constructed. The issue is that obviously under the noise impact assessment, we're okay on the residential amenity, and it's responding to that oral experience of the landscape. Yeah. And that's a quantifiable concept to grapple with. But if you know, I think, I suppose I'm looking at the Hannah's here in terms of assistance. So I think that's something that be forcible and precise. So it would be on the lines of within 3 months of the date of the commission, details for further acoustic attenuation to the building on its eastern elevation shall be submitted to and approved by the local planning authority, and the approved details shall be implemented within a further 3 months from the date of the approval of those details.
And I'd like to leave that on the table, if I may, because we haven't moved on to discussion yet. And when we get on to discuss the noise impact and the character area, that then is a helpful thing to have as part of that discussion. So that's really helpful. If we could just leave that on the table for the moment as a possible way of possible mitigation. And if we could also, if possible, include the generator, if we do decide to go that route, that would be helpful. Councillor Ryder, was that all of your questions? Brilliant, thank you. Councillor Jones.
I've only just got a quickie, actually. The footpath that runs through the site, would it be appropriate to just slightly reroute that away from the site or not? There was the green footpath running right the way through.
So, yeah, thank you, Councillor Jones. I'm actually going to refer to this plan because it's I can show you where it goes in greater detail. It actually goes through this gap. It goes through really this crew yard and then out. So you do have some acoustic attenuation from these buildings directly to the north of. I think that the overlay plan on Dorset Explorer has it doing this alignment, but the definitive map actually shows it, and it actually on the ground it cuts through here. This is the farmhouse, and it cuts through that gap from Frog Lane through there, and then heads out eastwards. So it doesn't need to be diverted as part of this this development.
Thank you. Yes. If there are no more questions, I'd like to throw this open to debate, and in my usual way, I'd like to start with one or other of the ward members, whichever of you put your hand up first, to begin the discussion. Councillor Apothecary or Councillor Rideout? Thank you, Councillor Apothecary.
As you won't be surprised to hear, I have real difficulty with this. I certainly take on board Councillor Rideout's attempts for mitigation, which is admirable, actually. But I am concerned that, the tranquility of the village, which it's a lovely village and it is very tranquil, particularly Frog Lane, which, when you don't want to walk up the main road, this is the route everybody takes. It's very popular. And I feel sort of deserves our protection. I have obviously no problem at all with the barn as is. It's an agricultural barn. And people would have been used to agricultural activity going on in that area. But it seems to me a far cry from either milking cows or ploughing the fields to stone cutting. It is. They're just totally different. Activities. With agriculture is one thing, and it's what we all expect to see and be part of our villages. But I do feel that stone cutting is quite something else, and the residents won't be used to those sort of noises. And I really do feel it's affecting their amenity. I think the neighbourhood plan, Lot 4, green spaces, was particularly designed, actually, to protect these sort of spaces. And we all know how long it takes to get a neighbourhood plan together, and how pleased you are to get the support of your residents so that it becomes adopted. And we actually sign off the adopted plans, don't we? So as far as I'm concerned, we should be very, very mindful of supporting our villages' neighbourhood plans. So I don't really know what to say. I really can't say I'm at all happy with this, unless something amazing can be done on mitigation. I can't at the moment. I haven't heard anything that convinces me that activity is in the right place.
Councillor Rideout.
Chairman, Linda Rideout, Gillingham Ward. As my colleague, Councillor Apothecary has just said, Motcombe is very protective of their beautiful area, quite right too. It's tranquil in nature and protection of their local green space. most important is the safety of all pedestrians on these narrow lanes, particularly Frog Lane, which is the suggested route into the site. There's noise disturbance generated by the stone cutting, and it's going to be continuous. Of course, the stone cutting business operation is probably in addition to any agricultural operation on the farm. The case officer in his report witnessed the noise of cutting, particularly when close to the site on Frog Lane within the Avenue of Trees, which is the local green space. The neighbourhood plan MOT4 policy. What the case officer also mentions is contrary to policy MOT7, which is local views. And the noise was clearly heard from the eastwards public right of way N69-2, Frog Lane to the intersection N69-14. And we've got to remember, it's not just the noise, it's the oral experience of these walks and of the visual enjoyment. The oral experience can damage the visual enjoyment of the landscape. It's a hard balancing act because we've also got to support local business, local economy, and it is reasonably sustainable business cutting stone for local builders. But I think unless we can get in a robust conditions to control, especially with soundproofing, I don't think I can support this.
Yeah, good, thank you. Do you want to come in, Simon, and talk about the conditions? I'm concerned about these conditions, I have to say, in terms of reasonableness. It seems to me that we're quite close to changing the application before us if we're asking to rebuild the building. But yes, carry on, please.
Yeah, members may have noticed a little bit of a conference
Yes.
between officers. It's the precision as well about what we're trying to achieve. I think that the officer's opinion is rather than members grant approval subject to that additional condition, is if they were minded to go down that route, is to actually defer the application instead, and actually we can actually, as officers, get more information in terms of the impact and what we're seeking to achieve in terms of the noise reduction of those receptors on the public rights of way.
Yes, I'm more comfortable with that, I have to say, because it seems to me that we were about to create a condition without that might be deemed unreasonable or unworkable or whatever. So that's an option open to us. Yes, Councillor Taylor and then Councillor Cook. We're still in discussion phase before we.
Thank you.
Yeah.
This is pure discussion.
Yeah.
To say that actually I've listened quite and I wholeheartedly agree with what you're both saying actually. And things that additionally to that, the fact of air pollution, there must be air pollution on this. It's got to be from grinding stone and in the barns and things. But I would bring forward a case to say that there is a perfect example in Dorset where this does happen within a community. And I'm thinking about Grimston and the Crosby stonemasons. They do it all the time there. And I think they've got a sackcloth method there, which actually protects from noise as well. So there is a possibility of investigating it to see how it can be improved. As a discussion, I think we could look down that route to actually safeguard it, but that's another thing.
Thank you. Councillor Cook.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I think my view is absolutely that if we were seeing this in an ideal world, which I appreciate we're not, I'd have serious concerns if this were coming in front of us and it hadn't been carrying on at all, because I think there is a genuine risk to the tranquility of the local area. I'm just looking on Google Maps and it's not a exact science, but measuring distance, the beginning of that oak tree line is 39 meters away from the front of the building. And so I would strongly suggest that would have a very detrimental impact on anybody walking their dog, just going for a nice quiet walk in the country. Also, what we have to remember is that this is not a purpose-built building for stone cutting. If it were, like any other specific industry building, there would be standards to which it would be built that would absolutely mitigate the risk to pollution, to noise, to all sorts. And I think trying to mitigate by condition, I take the officer's point. We don't know exactly what we're looking for. We don't know exactly how we're going to get there. So I'd be more than happy to let it defer. And almost because you try to modify an existing building, you don't know what the acoustics are in it anyway. If you it was suggested that the generator would be housed, but that can the unintended consequence of that is that the boominess of the actual walls of the building that you house it with, none of us knows what we're specifically talking about. So I think my personal view is that we should get detailed professional knowledge. Somebody somewhere, acoustics engineers, know what they're talking about. And this is not to detract from our environmental health team at all. That surely something as controversial as this should be, we should have a lot more information to go on so we know whether we could condition it rather than.
Yeah. Yes, that's helpful. Thank you. Anybody else want to come in on the comment? Councillor Heatley, we haven't heard from you. You're making copious notes here. You don't have to.
Because I've nothing to say.
Oh, that's fair enough. Councillor, I mean, the options that are before us are we can approve this according to the recommendation, but we could refuse it, or we could defer it. That's the choices we have here. But we could choose to refuse this if we want to without deferring it. I think we were quite close to that earlier. I'm aware of that. Councillor Jones and then Councillor Pothbury.
I'm going against the grain here because I feel great sympathy for redundant farm buildings.
Yes.
And when they're not farmed in the way that they were, these buildings need to be used. And honestly, if I was a Saint, I would think that was a marvellous place to be because you're actually sort of in a pretty rural area. I accept everything that people are saying, but actually I don't think it's a bad use of the space, but I'd be happy to go with the recommendations to see whether there can be some sort of noise attenuation measures taken. But I actually think it's a good use of, and we have to get used to the fact that we are now getting empty farm buildings. We're getting farms that are not being farmed. And certainly if we still had a dairy farm there, you see those milk lorries go up and down every single day, taking the rivets out of the side. You'd see them every day.
Councillor Pothbury.
Thank you, Chair. Reasons could be found that are defendable. I would like to propose refusal of this application. Your reasons might be along the lines of you might want to refuse on using the hook of Mot 4 from the local plan, refuse on character grounds on the basis of the noise impact on the public right of way. That would be a grounds that you might. And then we would have the committee where this has been referenced in the officer's report, and the officer view was that while this noise impact existed, it was not determinative. The committee could take the view that it is determinative, and that's what it comes down to basically. So that's if you're proposing refusal, is that your grounds? Without wishing to. I just say,
yes.
I forgot to compliment our planning officer on an excellent report.
It wasn't it, as always.
I thought, and I need to say that now because I'm arguing the case. You know, I think it's an amenity issue as much as anything else for the users of Frog Lane and their experience generally. It's also very close to the AONB, you know. It's really not very far away, so it could be seen from the AONB, and as we all know, it's views in and views out, don't we? So I just feel supporting as well the neighbourhood plan on the MOT 4 green space issue. This whole area, hence the photograph, is absolutely prized by the village, and I feel it deserves our support.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. You have a proposal. Is there a seconder? You second it, and again, on grounds of the character basis of the noise impact and the oral impact of the noise on the public right of way. Yes.
Could I just ask the committee whether they would be happy to go for a deferment instead?
Well, we've had a proposer and a seconder. We will, yes.
That deferment.
Yes. Because we've had a proposer and a seconder for a refusal. So we proceed on that. Yeah. It's lovely to read it along the lines. Yes, please. Yes. While I've been burbling on, you see, that gives Hannah the opportunity to draft grants for refusal in proper planning speak. So yes, if you could give us some grants. Yes. Yes. Yes.
In any way that committee feels necessary. The proposal would fail to enhance the enjoyment of the countryside, including the rights of way network and the local green space LGS-free Frog Lane Avenue, and would undermine its importance due to the noise impact of the proposal, which would adversely impact on the tranquility and the oral experience of the countryside, and this impact would not be outweighed by the economic benefits of the proposal. Development is contrary to policy MOT 4 of the neighbourhood plan and policies 4 and 25 of the North Dorset plan, first revision.
Yes, thank you. That's more or less what I said, isn't it? He just says the same thing, but more words. Good. Yes, thank you very much. Good. Yeah. It has to take the I've had a proposal.
It's a vote. When
Yes.
voting,
Yes, yes.
only if it can't be.
Yes, that's right. So absolutely, because we have the other option of we must now vote on this because we've had a proposer and seconder. But when you're voting, you might want to take account of the possibility that it might be possible to mitigate this further, as discussed earlier, or you might take the view that it's not. That's not possible. It's there in your head as you're voting. Does anyone have anything else further? We had a proposer and a seconder, a good discussion. I can now put this proposal to refuse to the vote and see what support there is for it. So all those in favour of refusing on the grounds outlined so nicely for us by Hannah, raise your hands. 3. All those against refusal? 3. So the refusal is not carried. That right? Because I count the numbers right. Yeah. So the refusal is not carried. We will therefore move the debate on. Would someone like to propose, please, that we defer to see if we can get better? I have a proposer and a seconder that we defer. Yeah.
I'll just clarify, so just for the members to defer, this is to seek. This is to seek further information, the attenuation responding to the experience from Frog Lane and the public rights of way.
Yes, yes. Specifically with regard to the building and the generator, but any other.
It's all noise.
It's noise. It's noise. Yes.
Yeah, because obviously the noise impact assessment is addressed for residential receptors, including the farmhouse. So this is specifically in relation to the experiences from.
Yes. And in relation to policy MOT 4, because that's still going to be with us when we come back to this and consider this again in the light of any further mitigation that can have been added. Councillor Cook, yes?
Yes, can we just make sure that within that information that we get back, that professional advice is sought, not to take away from anything that our environmental health team do, but to find out whether that building is actually suitable for such noise mitigation.
That, yes, that's exactly the thing, yes.
Specific acoustics.
We have that, yeah.
Environmental.
Sorry,
Yeah,
yeah, grandmother and sucking eggs and all that, but
I know.
I didn't want to leave any stone
Absolutely.
unturned.
But the question we will be considering when next we consider this is, can that building be, that building and the generator be sufficiently mitigated to make the noise impact acceptable? And it either will be, or it either can be, or it can't be. And that's what, in layman's terms, that's what needs to come back to this committee from Frog Lane and the local area. That's right. Can we?
Okay, so I think what we're saying here is that there's a strong feeling that this proposal as is contrary to MOC 4. Yeah. And what the committee are asking officers to look into is, can it be made acceptable by condition? And to make those actually precise and meet those 6 tests for conditions, we need to go away and get further information.
Yeah. And we'll see it back here fairly promptly then. Can we put that proposal to the vote? All in favour of deferral? Yes. Anybody against? No, that's good. Well, that's where we are. We'll leave it at that then. And thank you very much. I think we did a good deal of work on that one. Without actually resolving it, but we'll be much swifter on it when next we discuss it. Thank you very much. Does anyone need a break, or are we happy to move straight on to agenda item 10? No, good. Happy to move straight on. Thank you, Mary. Agenda item 10. This is settle down, please. This is the agenda item 10, ladies and gentlemen, an application for up to 7 homes on land at Lower Blandford Road in Shaftesbury. This is an outline application to determine access only, and it's a recommendation to approve with conditions. This site is located in the parishes of both Shaftesbury and Melbury Abbas and Cann, and it features in the draft Melbury Abbas and Cann neighbourhood plan. And we have received objections from both of those parish councils. Simon, your report when you're ready. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. So this is, as Chair outlined, a application that crosses the boundaries between Shaftesbury and Melbury Abbas and Cann. So the plan, I'll talk members through the slides first and then come on to those issues that are already detailed in the officer's report. So to get members familiar with where we are, this is the A350 as it heads south out of Shaftesbury. The Royal Chase roundabout is just out of shot to the top. You'll see it's on photographs and other images in a moment. And the site is outlined in red, and it includes the visibility displays and a proposal for a footway along the A350 to link up to Lower Blandford Road. And I know Steve will touch on the highways issues after me. So it is a outline application with all matters except for access to be reserved for subsequent approval. So what members you see before you here is the access to be determined along with its visibility displays and the provision of the footway, but the layout within the site is purely indicative. So it is for 7 dwellings. The proposal shows how these 7 dwellings, or the plan shows how these 7 dwellings could be laid out and respond to the constraints on site, which include trees which are covered by an area tree preservation order, and also the public right of way that dissects the site too. And we'll show you a slide in a minute covering that. So, as you'll see in a moment, members, from the photographs, it's an area tree preservation order that protects all the trees within the site. They are essentially a belt of trees adjacent to the eastern boundary of the site with Boynes Hollow, and then a western belt of trees that are along the A350 road frontage. And because of the shape of the site, the wedge shape of the site, these two belts of trees join at the northern tip of the site. This is the highways plan. So this shows the adopted highway in pink and the point of access here with the visibility displays proposed. There's a new vehicular and pedestrian access. The site is only accessible at the moment by foot with the public right-of-way dissecting the site. You'll see from this image that there are dwellings to the south and there are dwellings to the west and dwellings to the north, with Boynes Hollow to the east, and then further dwellings further east again. This plan, extracted from the arboricultural impact assessment, includes an older iteration of the indicative site layout, but it shows essentially what trees are to be retained and what are to be removed. So you've got retained trees along this eastern boundary, with some felling and clearance of this group here, and then a felling of trees to get through the frontage trees to get onto the A350. Now, the access has been moved during the processing of the application to respond to the fact that the previous location included felling of some hired category trees, and now there are the impact on trees has now been minimised to a degree that our tree officer is content with that in terms of the loss of the trees here to propose the access. The number of dwellings has also been reduced significantly. It started live the application as a major application and was successfully reduced through iterations through to 13, 9, and now 7 dwellings are proposed. So the applicant has responded quite significantly to officers' original concerns on 2 occasions, and has proactively and positively engaged with us to find this acceptable response to those constraints of the public right-of-way and the protected trees. This extract is from Dorset Explorer, so it shows the alignment of the public right-of-way, starts off on the verge of the A350, through a narrow gap in the frontage trees, across the main body of the site. So you can see here on this image, actually this aerial image, how there are the western and eastern belts of trees, but actually the majority of the site is open grassland, and you'll see that in photographs in a minute. So the footpath crosses the site, over the site boundary, and members who are not familiar with this area probably wonder why it then does this arc, and that's because Boynes Hollow is a deep valley, and to skirt around the edge of Boynes Hollow, it pops still at a gradient in amongst the trees, arcs around near to the top of Boynes Hollow before cutting up again to the high ground to the east. If you're familiar, this land now under development to the east of this road heading down towards Melbury Abbas Village. This ordnance survey plan just hopefully gives some context to where we are. There's the Royal Chase roundabout. This is the A30 striking eastwards towards the county boundary and towards Salisbury. This is the A350 heading south through Cam towards Blandford. And this is the old Lower Blandford Road, cutting past the senior school, the surgery here, and then the main body of the town centre here on top of the plateau. So the site is in here. Photographs, this is looking north towards the Royal Chase roundabout up here. This is the old cut of the Lower Blandford Road. This is the new, or I say new, the late 20th century cut of the A350 to get to the Royal Chase roundabout to bypass this area of Lower Blandford Road. And you can see this photograph's taken in late winter, but you can see the density of this tree belt along the A350 frontage. Further on it, there's the roundabout sign to the Royal Chase roundabout. So this is that northern point of the site, and you can see there are trees, including birch, etc. And then there's the understory of vegetation below the trees. It's the trees that are protected. Camera swinging around to look directly at that frontage, you can see there's a mix of trees. They are deciduous broadleaf predominantly, although there is some evergreen there too. Looking south towards Cam, the pedestrian crossing here, and then the segregated footway alongside the vehicle carriageway to get to Lower Blandford Road. Lower Blandford Road doesn't have footways itself, but I think Steve will touch on the fact that it's because the A350 goes up to the Royal Chase roundabout, the traffic levels are such that the sharing of the surface with pedestrians, cyclists and motor vehicles is appropriate for that stretch of Lower Blandford Road. Now we're in the site, looking towards the southern boundary, and you can see one of the existing houses, the first of a ribbon of housing directly south. It's not a principal elevation of that house, but it does have windows serving habitable rooms facing the site. Just to reiterate, members, the layout is not for determination today. What you are considering is whether you think 7 dwellings in an appropriate mix can fit on the site, responding to the constraints of the area TPO and the public right of way. Cameras are swung around to the south, looking southeastwards towards the southeast corner. These buildings are in the rear garden of that dwelling you've just seen, and this is the eastern boundary of the site with Boynes Hollow. So the land drops substantially beyond this boundary, and you can see the openness of the site within those tree belts. And as we look north, with the A350 just beyond the trees left, Boynes Hollow boundary tree belt on the eastern boundary, this is an open area, not treed, for the majority of the site. See the roofs of the house on Blandford Road, so the A350 passes between these trees and those dwellings there. It's slightly lower level than the site. Again, you can see that the trees are, and I hesitate to use the word, but confined to those areas adjacent to the east and western boundaries and on the northern point of the site. Within the site, looking north, and that shows you that there is that openness within the site, albeit, and this is clearly considered in the officer's report, this open area is part of the setting of those trees, and development can affect the character of the area and the whole site, as we come on to in a minute, or rather the whole of the area within Shaftesbury is part of the treed character area in the neighbourhood plan. From Boynes Hollow, I've just included the photograph for information. You don't get a view back into the site because of the public right of way drops away from the site level and you get the trees on the boundary. Sorry, I do apologise.
That's right.
I was concentrating on my screen. I realised that hieroglyphics have occurred on the so then the points follow. Is that the only one members you've missed?
No, that was the only one that was fuzzy, garbled.
Okay, so this is a further view across the site, again showing the protected trees on the boundary and the openness in the centre of the site. Now we're at the northern point. You can just see the Royal Chase roundabout sign on the A350. So this is the A350's alignment going up to the Royal Chase roundabout. This is where the western belt of trees and the eastern belt of trees intersect. So now we're going to have a look at this is, it says neighbourhood plan area. This is the Shaftesbury neighbourhood plan. And the Shaftesbury neighbourhood plan is a made neighbourhood plan, so it's part of the development plan. And I've put the key alongside the plan, so the boundary between Shaftesbury and Melbury, Abbas and Cannes is here. So the neighbourhood plan, the Shaftesbury neighbourhood plan, refers to the area north of this boundary, albeit it helpfully includes the character areas and the settlement limit beyond the boundary of Shaftesbury. But really, the policies can only apply to the area within Shaftesbury. But you can see it's part of the generally level area on higher ground character area, and it is on the high ground and it is level before you can see the contours for Boynes Hollow to the east. Another part of the Shaftesbury neighbourhood plan, so again part of a made neighbourhood plan, part of the development plan, and it includes this important treed area designation and the policy, the MAP and policy SFG1, SFGI1, and obviously that's a policy that's really important, part of the neighbourhood plan, made neighbourhood plan, important to the consideration of this application. That's referred to in detail in the officer's report. You see there, the policy is on the left-hand side in the green. It's should retain their treed character, and where loss of trees is unavoidable, replacement trees will be sought in order to maintain the treed character. So that's not a policy that's preventing development of that designated area. It's a policy that says the treed character should remain. So when we think about that indicative layout, in officers' minds, it demonstrates on balance that the treed character can remain with the development of the 7 houses, because the 7 houses are confined to the open area, and there'll be still the views, because of the low density of development proposed, there'll be still views through to the trees beyond and along the frontage of the site to retain that treed character. And this is from Appendix L from the Shaftesbury Neighbourhood Plan. I just thought it'd be helpful because it gives a description of the site, so I can just linger on that and read it for the benefit members. The main but narrow road is lined with trees and attractive verges and passes more extensive wooded area to the east, and that's this includes the site, as it heads south of the town through Cannes. It is crossed by a popular edge of town footpath, that's the footpath that dissects the site, through Boyne Hollow. From the east becomes N112 to the west. So there it is in a nutshell. So this is detailed in the officer's report, but I think it's important for members just for me to talk you through it. So in the 2003 North Dorset local plan, saved policies, there includes the designation, and that 2003 local plan is still part of the development plan. It includes the designation of important open or wooded area. Now, an officer's opinion, this is an opinion I've discussed with our policy team, that designation, the weight afforded to that designation should be significantly tempered by the fact that the policy is now 20 years old, and as detailed in the officer's report, the inspector, when examining that local plan in 2003, was expecting before adoption of the plan for the important open or wooded areas to be reviewed. That didn't actually happen. The plan was then adopted on the promise that the areas would be reviewed soon after the plan was adopted in 2003, because there was dozens and dozens of these designations, and the inspector clearly intimated at that 2003 plan examination that it really did need some scrutiny, and that's never happened. The review has never happened, and so our policy team and my own view as the case officer is clearly that has to the age of the policy and the fact that it was predicated on a review, which has never happened. The weight afforded for that policy should be limited. The housing delivery test result got to be a material consideration. It's below 70%. And as members will probably be aware, unfortunately, our housing supply has fallen again below 5 years for North Dorset, back to 4.87 years. And that does mean, because of the NPPF's implications as a material consideration, that the basket of policies most relevant to the determination of the application are considered out of date. And the paragraph 11 of the NPPF, which members are, perhaps not Councillor Taylor, but other members will be very well versed on, is engaged. Officer's opinion are that there isn't any footnote 7 reasons for refusal, e.g. heritage impact, flood, etc. And therefore the tilted balance is engaged from paragraph 11. By that tilted balance, there are clearly benefits derived from the supply of dwellings, and that should be afforded meaningful weight, given that we are back to 4.87 years on the housing supply and 69% on the housing delivery test result. And those benefits are not considered to be significantly and demonstrably outweighed by adverse impacts. Just to reiterate, that important treated area designation in the South Speed Neighbourhood Plan, clearly something for members to consider, part of the main neighbourhood plan, but an officer's opinion doesn't preclude the development of the site. There is that open area in sight to accommodate the development. The applicant has reduced the quantum of houses substantially down to 7. We consider that as officers, 7 dwellings can be accommodated, and that tree character retained with that low density, that low quantum of development. And finally, you'll see the Melbury over on the south side of that parish boundary, the Melbury Aberson Can neighbourhood plan is currently being prepared. It is not moving very fast towards being made, unfortunately. It's examination. It hasn't been put forward for examination or indeed, of course, referendum. And therefore, again, I've sought again advice from my policy colleagues. We can really only afford limited weight to that emerging neighbourhood plan as a material consideration. So there we have it, members. Tree of character can be preserved through this limited minor development dwellings, responding to the constraints of the tree preservation order and the public right of way, those alternative highway safety impacts, the safe access to the town, to the school, surgery can be secured through the ground condition of the highway crossing, and I know Steve will touch on that in a second. Those benefits to our supply must be afforded some meaningful weight in that application of the tilted balance. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much indeed, Simon. Steve, would you like to talk us through the highway considerations here?
Certainly. Well, as you've heard, the application's outlined, so we're just considering the access. The access is shown on the submission there, and as far as we're concerned, it's acceptable in terms of its location and design. As it is outlined, obviously the internals aren't being considered, but you can see an access there which would be 5.5 metres wide with 6 metre junction radii, which is what we'd be looking for a residential estate road. Now, a speed survey was carried out by the applicant back in 2019, pre-pandemic, to establish the approach speeds, obviously up to the north to the Royal Chase and to the south as you're coming out of the settlement. The visibility displays you can see there, they're provided in accordance with the guidance given to us by Manual for Streets 2. In fact, they're actually in excess of that. The applicant, as you've heard, will be providing a new 2 metre footway. You can see it on the plan there, travelling south from the junction to an uncontrolled crossing point and then onto the western side of the carriageway, working its way around to Lower Blandford Road. The pink area doesn't show just the adopted highway. The adopted highway or highway extent will actually include the highway verges on both sides, so the footways are provided within highway land. Lower Blandford Road, as you've heard, the old link through to Shaftesbury, hasn't got any segregated footway at all. It effectively operates as a shared space environment. Refuge is afforded by access points, parked cars and the like, but it is a low speed environment which can be utilised to access the school to the north, the medical centre itself, and then into the centre. The new footway and the crossing will be subject to a Section 278 agreement, which will be part and parcel of the appropriate road safety audits. But I have consulted with our development team. They're confident it can be delivered and that the crossing there is safe and appropriate in terms of visibility. With regards to actual vehicular movements, did another analysis on this one this morning. It's only 7 dwellings. We'd be looking at 3 two-way movements in the AM peak between 8 and 9. So that's the worst performance in the evening against 3 to 4 two-way movements in the PM peak. So it's not a major traffic generator. There shouldn't be any issues with people turning in or out of the site. Daily, over a 12-hour period, only 35 movements. So must reinforce this. It's a low traffic generator. The access is satisfactory. The visibility is above and beyond what we normally expect. And we have the betterment, the necessary betterment here of the footway being provided on the western side linking through to Lower Blandford Road. But consequently, we are supporting the application, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. That's very clear. Let's hear from our public speakers now. The first we're hearing from Catherine Elliott-Hunt. Who is a local resident, is that right? Yes.
Yes, it is. Oh,
you press your microphone. That's it, well done, thank you very much.
I urge you to reject this application, which has had significant local objection. As the applicant has pointed out, there is only one neighbouring property, so 75 objection shows the value local people place on this small field. Please do not let this be another example of greed at the expense of the environment. Firstly, I wonder whether the applicant's agent and those making this decision today have actually visited the site. It is a much-used peaceful green area and a lung for Shaftesbury. The beauty of its current form is that those entering Shaftesbury do not realise it is there and have a wonderful concept that they are entering an ancient leafy hilltop town. This proposal will have a huge negative impact when entering Shaftesbury. I note that highways have made no objections. I would implore them to come and try to get out of our driveway at rush hour, not the ridiculous 10 a.m. survey time the applicant used, when the traffic roars off the Royal Chase roundabout well above the 40-mile-per-hour speed limit. I can only say that I would not like to be held accountable for the first accident, which will happen when a car pulls out or a child crosses from the new development, possibly with tragic consequences. The site is a small triangular site and 7 houses is still far too high a density. The north end narrows and the applicant, knowing that it has no use for building, has shown this portion as an ecological mitigation site. This does not ease the ecological damage to the site and simply leaves the rest of the site overdeveloped. The site is 2/3 in Cannes and 1/3 in Shaftesbury, so the application joins town and countryside together by removing the green belt and allowing urban sprawl. There is a big difference between the two. At the moment, you leave the roundabout and the streetlights and pavements disappear. This will be irrevocably altered when the development removes hedgerows, puts in new curbs and crossing points and erects lighting. The centre of the site is significantly elevated, so any building will stand above and be intrusive to neighbours. The water runoff from the hard surfaces will be significant, and due to the sloped nature of the field, is likely to cause issues. The removal of this important wildlife corridor between the open fields to the west and the private nature reserve adjoining the site on the eastern side is catastrophic. The site has been supporting wildlife undisturbed for more than 20 years, and previously it was used to graze sheep as per its agricultural land status. The removal of the hedgerows and trees will be a substantial loss. This is contrary to all climate needs, and any new planting takes years to be useful. No doubt, any trees that have managed to be saved during building will be removed by the new residents for light and safety reasons. The applicant has stated that the important treed area designation was almost 20 years old, so holds no weight. I'll point out there was a change 2 years ago when the site was designated an important open and wooded area. The neighbourhood plan states that this designation protects the area from development. Dorset Council's website declares we aim not only to maintain Dorset's green assets, but to improve them. How would this development assist in achieving this? Finally, in conclusion, the site was assessed in 2010 by North Dorset Council and rejected. This was because it had a prominent position on the skyline, formed part of the wider green sand terrace landscape, and was an important component of the green setting and context of Shaftesbury. The report stated that the site was too sensitive from a landscape and visual point of view for any mitigation to be effected. How has this changed? Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Can I hear next from Mr. Foster, the agent? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, councillors. This parcel of land has been in the ownership of the applicant's family for 5 generations, and during that time they have seen considerable changes to the surrounding landscape. Notably, in the 1970s, the council compulsorily purchased part of the applicant's land to lay out the adjacent section of the modern A350, and in the following decades, new housing sprang up to the west and to the south. The result of those changes is that the triangular-shaped application site is bounded by the A350 and housing on 2 of its sides, and the Boynes Hollow on the other. The application site lies entirely within the settlement boundary of Shaftesbury, one of the main towns in North Dorset, where the local plan supports new development in principle. The applicant has worked collaboratively with the council's planning officers to amend the scheme, including reducing the number of dwellings to the current spacious, small-scale proposal for 7 houses, which fits comfortably within its context, albeit the layout is illustrative. The outcome of making these changes is that the council's senior planning officer now recommends the application be approved. Mr. Sharp's report to committee is comprehensive. It sets out the detailed policy context and that there are no objections to the development from any of the council's specialist consultees, including the ecology team, highways, drainage, and the landscape officer. The overarching background to this is a pressing need for new housing, which is reflected by the absence of a 5-year housing land supply in North Dorset, and the fact that house prices in the area are approximately 11 times the median wage. The applicants appreciate that meeting housing needs in the local area often means making difficult decisions. However, the advice of your officers that this is a suitable site that can accommodate a housing development without harm that would significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits. Accordingly, we would be grateful if you would support your plan officer's recommendation of approval. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. Could we now hear from David Webb of the Parish Council?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Members of the committee. We've already seen our objections to development, and we would like to add the following reasons. This is a ribbon development which will destroy the buffer between Shaftesbury and Cam. We feel there must be a buffer of at least one field between the town and the village. This field is the only field and is particularly good as a buffer zone due to its rich biodiversity of trees, shrubs and unimproved pasture, 95% of which has been lost in recent times, as is well known. The entrance will mean good established young oak trees will be cut down along with a number of younger trees that now grow. They've just been established in the field. If you walk around the field, there's quite a few trees in that field. The field is rich in wildlife, as I and a fellow councillor, Jenny Weston, witnessed yesterday when a beautiful, fully grown slowworm slithered across the path just in front of us. If you don't like snakes, I'm sorry. This field was rejected in 2010 by North Dorset District Council in the Corver sites as too sensitive from a landscape and visual point of view for any mitigation to be effective. It's still valid today. We were Shaftesbury Town Council's view that as the site is elevated above the A350 with two-storey houses 9 metres high, the skyline would inevitably become the roofs of those houses. We consider that uniqueness of Shaftesbury as an ancient hilltop town must be preserved whenever possible. With a new development to the southeast of the A30 currently being built, some 120 of those houses will actually be in our parish of Cam. So we have more than enough to fulfil any 5-year housing requirement, as the houses will have at least 3 people per house when they're built. Our population would then go up from 954, which it currently is in Cannes, to something like 1,314 at 3 per house. That is an increase in our population in the next 5 years, some 37%. With other developments already taking place in our parish, we do not need any more houses. Dorset Council truly believes in taking action on climate emergency and not just paying lip service to it. So I hope they will reject this proposal because it's a very valuable, very rich, biodiverse site. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Are we hearing from Shaftesbury Town Council? Yes. Yes.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, members. Shaftesbury Town Council objects to this outline planning application, which is a third iteration of the plans following proposals for 13 houses and then 9. We won't reference the NPPF, the local plan or the neighbourhood plan, as we have already referenced those in our previous written depositions from our Planning and Highways Committee. We have the following key objections. The land is a lush green buffer zone that starts on the Royal Chase roundabout and then goes south along the A350 and demarcates the edge of Shaftesbury and the beginning of the countryside. Building on this land would result in unnecessary urban sprawl. Whilst there are a few houses just south of this land on the same side, they are all detached, set well back from the road and thus not visible, and set within their own large grounds. The topographical nature of the site means it is a high point in the area, as the land rises from south to north and from west to east, so that any building on this site would be highly visible and dominate the houses to the west on the Lower Blandford Road, which are entirely shielded from the road by well-established trees. The light egress from any new houses on this higher land could also adversely impact the Cranbourne Chase Dock Sky Reserve. There is considerable concern over the proposed entrance being too close to the roundabout and the inevitable removal of well-established trees in order for the visibility display to be achieved. The greatest loss will be felt by wildlife and nature lovers who use the public right-of-way across this site to access Boyne Hollow. The field is beautifully shielded from the road by a high bank of trees and hedging. If you can imagine, you've seen it in its winter state. It looks absolutely beautiful right now. Within the field itself, when I was there on Sunday, just walking along visible from the public right of way, I counted over 30 self-seeded oak trees, as the conditions are perfect for oak saplings to thrive. Are we saying that in these modern times, the building of 7 houses is more important than the carbon offset this gorgeous site offers to the busy roads on either side of it, the C13 not being far the other side of Boyne Hollow? Any suggestions by the applicants and their agents that these houses would contribute to vitally needed housing is rendered somewhat redundant by the considerable housing developments already in progress on the other side of the C13 on the A30, which will contribute over 50 dwellings in the short term and eventually over 100. So we do not feel that the applicant is gifting our town 7 houses that we need, particularly not when viewed by what we would lose. We hope you have demonstrated the special place this land holds for the town, its contribution to carbon offsetting, and the demonstrable damage that houses on this site would cause to the setting of Shaftesbury as approached from the rural hamlet of Cannes. And if I have time, I'm going to very quickly touch on the important open or wooded area that the case officer referenced. I'm sure they don't suggest that simply because the previous council did not do their due duty in reviewing that we are left without any support or protection for our wooded areas. And as you all know, neighbourhood plans cannot categorically refuse development. We're just not allowed to do that, or they wouldn't be made. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. Finally, we hear from the ward member for Melbourne Cannes, Councillor Jane Sumner.
Chairman. Very much. I feel woefully inadequate now, surrounded by all these experts and hearing their words. I hope it's all right if I read some notes that I've made. So I had other points, but I'm not going to make them because they've already been made. But I do have 2 main concerns with this application. Firstly, around the urban sprawl and creep into a rural ward. This is well summed up in the comments from the Dorset Council Landscaping, where it states in the report, would form a logical extension of the existing built form of the town. So I would like to ask the committee to consider why there should be a logical extension of a town into a rural ward. This is surely exactly what urban creep is, eating away of what we have here, a clear green divide, rich with biodiversity between a town and a rural space. I see my role here is to defend this green space, to avoid this extension. The Beacon Ward is not an extension of Shaftesbury, but sits proudly in its countryside space. On to my other main concern, which won't surprise the committee, and that is the access into and out of the site onto a main strategic route in the county, namely the A350. Dorset Waste Collection Service in the report state they can see no way of collecting these bins safely as per our guidance for developers. I think that speaks for itself. And on the matter of highway safety, which the report states from highway safety officers, the access point will increase the danger for those crossing the road. The A350 is one of the main arterial routes to and from Shaftesbury, the only official large vehicle route north and south, making it a very busy road at times. Adding this exit with potentially more cars moving in and out increases the potential for a fatality. The application assumes that cars will be parked on the site. There is a risk of residents being involved in an accident and when leaving or entering this dangerous entrance. When I was first aware of the planning application, it was clear to me that there was absolutely no safe way for vehicles or people to get in and out through the access, wherever it is, onto the A350. It just isn't and will not be safe. The original traffic speed survey.
Time is up. Could you conclude?
I shall. Thank you. The original speed survey, which was carried out by the applicant, was completely disingenuous, being done between 10:20 a.m. and 10:50 a.m. A half hour is frankly ticking a box and meaningless. And the time it was carried out clearly will not give a true indication of how busy and dangerous it would be
Thank you.
Thank you. 3 minutes goes quickly.
It does. Thank you very much, everybody. So, officers, any comments you would like to make on points that have been raised? A number of highways points have been made. Steve, I'll go to you first and then Simon.
Thank you, Chair. Speed survey. Speed survey was carried out 2019, as I said, before the pandemic, at 10:20 for half an hour. Now, 10:20 could be argued is representative of greater speeds, not the rush hour speed, so the results would have been higher than they would during peak hour periods. As I mentioned before, the visibility displays which have been provided are actually in excess of those which are required for manual for streets. The actual speed survey itself did identify, what the results were of it. Travelling north, the wet weather, I won't bore you too much, but the 85th percentile wet weather, they take 100 vehicles and then count down 15 to give us the 85th percentile. So it's not an average. It's the methodology employed. So that's why they could collect the vehicles in half an hour to answer Councillor Sumper's point. They count that down, they adjust it for wet weather speeds because it was a dry, sunny day in June that they carried out the survey. The speed travelling north was found to be 38.5 miles per hour. Travelling south was 43.5 miles per hour. Now, in terms of visibility displays, for 38.5 mile per hour speed, we would require 73 metres. They provided 98. And for a vehicle travelling at 43.5 miles per hour, we would need 92 metres. They provided 120 metres. So just to reinforce, we're confident that the survey provides an accurate and appropriate level of result here that we can base the visibility displays on. With regards to the access being dangerous, well, that's the idea of you consulting us in highways to tell you whether it is safe or not. And I'm telling you that the appropriate visibility displays have been exceeded and provided here. The junction is appropriate and the level of traffic, as I previously mentioned, is very low here. So we feel that safe access can be afforded to and from the site, not only for vehicles, but for pedestrians, which is why we've secured the footway provision for you there. I think that's the points covered, Chair. The entrance too close to the roundabout was mentioned. It's around about 200 metres away. It's far enough away that it is not an issue, and this again is something we in highways consider.
Thank you. The final point went to access for the Dorset waste vehicles.
Oh, indeed. Well, the application is an outline, so the internal layout was indicative. So I'm not sure how they can comment on something when we don't know what it's going to be. But rest assured that if it's offered for adoption, we will ensure the waste vehicle can get round.
Thank you very much. Good. Before I go to Simon for any comments, I will just say, school's out. There are some children playing out there. That's lovely. It's a lovely sunny space for them. So if we could raise our voices if the noise of the scooters get too much, because it's either that or ask them to move, which we're absolutely not going to do because they're out in the sunshine. Simon, did you want to make any comment on the points that have been raised so far?
Thank you, Chair. I just for clarification, I know sometimes the word green belt is used by third parties when addressing the committee. The site is not green belt. It's an important treed area in the local plan, in the neighbourhood plan. Obviously, the settlement boundaries are not, and the settlement limits are not. They are considered part of the out of date policy considerations because of the housing supply position. But it is of note that in both the 2003 local plan and in the neighbourhood, the Shaftesbury neighbourhood plan, the site is inside the settlement limits. So that gives an indication as to whether the site was considered a sustainable location. Those settlement limits cross between the area within Shaftesbury and into the area, as you can see on the plan, of Melbury, Abbas and Cant, the blue line on this plan in front of you. So that's something to consider. In terms of the urban sprawl and the coalescence of Melbury and Cam and Shaftesbury, then obviously this aerial photograph is one to make a judgment on. These houses here are in Melbury and Cam parish. These houses here are in Shaftesbury. So, in officer's opinion, albeit these houses are in Melbury and Cam parish, consider them to be more related to the overall urban area of Shaftesbury in visual and landscape terms. Finally, there was some comments about wider landscape impact and impact on the AONB and the dark skies of the AONB. You'll see the landscape, our own internal landscape architect comments in the officer's report. Both he and I viewed the site from Melbury Hill, Melbury Beacon, for a robust assessment of the impact. Clearly, from the AONB, in my opinion, it's very clear the site is considered in the context of the Shaftesbury around. It really is, both in terms of the sky glow from Shaftesbury when you see it from after nightfall, and during the daytime you pick up the urban areas of Shaftesbury all around the site. You do not see the site in the countryside. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much indeed. Members, questions first. I will start with Councillor Jones this time. Have you any questions?
Oh, I'll come in on debate, thank you.
Yes, thank you. Councillor Rideout.
Linda Rideout, Gillingham Ward. Steve, can you just describe an uncontrolled pedestrian crossing, please?
That sounds a little wild, doesn't it?
What does it look like?
Was anything uncontrolled on the roads?
Through you, Chair.
Yes.
Effectively, the footway would come to a tactile crossing point with some tactile paving and a dropped curb, and then similarly, it would then go to tactile paving on the opposite side with a dropped curb onto the footway. So typically, what you'd see on most road junctions.
So no lights to press.
That's the uncontrolled element.
Yeah,
there is no control.
That's what uncontrolled means. Good. Yes. Clear. Thank you. Any more? Councillor Penfold, any questions? Councillor Taylor, questions?
I think.
No, good. Councillor Heatley?
There were some references amongst the contributions from the locals about how far this space is now used as a recreational open space. Across it. But I'd quite like to hear your assessment of that, and I don't think you said much about how it was used.
Thank you, Councillor Heatley. It's certainly a well-trodden path. So, I mean, I have to admit, I didn't have visited the site on 4 occasions, and I hadn't actually passed another member of the public. But from looking at on the ground, you know, some public rights of way, you get over a stile or whatever, and you're trying to figure out from the Ordnance Survey plan which direction it goes in. It's quite clear from the trodden path that this is a well-used public right. And of course, at the moment, the site, the public right of way, there it goes. As you can see on the screen, it dissects the site, and that experience from that public right of way will change irrevocably as a result of development, which, if looking at it, to accommodate 7 dwellings, development's going to be on either side of that public right of way. So that experience will change. Now, I did talk about it in my report. So when you're on the verge of the A350, the traffic on the A350 is quite apparent. You then go through the gap in that western belt of trees, and they very effectively screen the A350 from view. And as I think one of the third parties says, the A350 is at a lower level than the main body of the site. So you do lose the visual impact of the A350, and you notice the wildlife, the species, the tree character of the site when you enter the site. You still pick up, we talked about in the last application, the oral experiences, you still clearly detect the A350 because you're still quite close to it. Indeed, you can cross the whole of the site and you're still aware of the A350's traffic noise. But of course, you're experiencing, you know, the glade and the trees. So it is that experience will change. In my mind, with a density of 7 dwellings, you'll have sufficient gaps between those dwellings to pick out the treed enclosure of the site and be able to achieve the right natural balance, the balance between the natural and built environment to retain that treed character. You then cross the site, and then once you're past the site boundary and its eastern site boundary, you're dropping into Boyne Hollow, and you really then do start losing the A350's noise, and you can't actually see back west, to be honest, within 3 or 4 meters of being, you know, into that next area. Does that? Yeah, that's a nice picture.
Yeah, good, thank you very much. Councillor Cook, questions?
Yes, just a couple of questions actually. Firstly, coming back to the IOWA, the importance of wooded areas.
Yes.
Okay, we're being told that the weight is limited due to the fact that the review didn't take place by whoever or whatever authority didn't do the review. However, doesn't that designation then still stand? Because, you know, I just draw a parallel between, I don't know, an ancient law which hasn't ever been rescinded. Is that, you know, if something is still in place and it hasn't been, but it was predicated upon?
No, it's a matter of the weight that it carries, which has been almost none for very many years because it was not reviewed.
Well, no, that's my and that's my exact point.
Yes.
Why are we being told that it has been the weight?
Let's have Hannah explain it. Yes, yes, yes.
Really good point. The Iowa policy is the actual policy for Iowa's is in the saved 2003 local plan. So it's a saved policy. But that specific policy, which was quite which said there shall be no development on Iowa's, is a out of date policy in a lot of respects because it hasn't been reviewed. So the weight that you can attach to the 2003 policy is definitely reduced, as Simon's outlined. We have to reduce weight to that policy because it's a saved policy that should have been reviewed and hasn't been reviewed. So it doesn't hold the same weight, and it hasn't in planning appeals that we've had where we've used that policy. Subsequently, the neighbourhood plan used that policy, and if you read the text of the neighbourhood plan, it used the Iowa policy to inform the local green space and the locally importantly treed area policy, and that's why this current designation fed through from that policy. So whilst the weight that you attach to the Iowa policy in the saved policy in the local plan is reduced, you can attach weight to policy SFG I1, which specifically says that in these areas, they should retain their treed character, and where the loss of trees is unavoidable, replacement planting will be sought in order to maintain the treed character of the local area. So it doesn't reflect exactly what the Iowa policy said. It says that they should retain their treed character. So this proposal does seek to retain the trees, but as Simon's pointed out, there will be a change in the character of the area. Whether it conflicts with that policy that says the trees must be retained is the key point.
I mean, the point is we don't need the Iowas. That's an ancient, because we've got this, which is much more used and much more recent, and it's actually focused specifically for this area. So if you want a hook, there's your hook. Never mind the Iowas. Don't need them. Yes. Yes.
And my second question is regarding that housing supply. That yeah, just for clarity, so everybody in the room is aware of it, that is the time taken between permission given and buildings actually provided. That housing land supply figure, the time, is that essentially the time it takes between applications being granted and those applications actually coming forward and being built?
No, it's the number of houses that we have succeeded in bringing to deliverable state. A quick definition of the 5-year housing land supply without a seminar. Thank you.
So basically, we're charged with maintaining a deliverable supply of 5 years worth against targets of housing. Now, we robustly look at those by looking at what permissions are in place. Are they full permissions, outline permissions? Are there barriers to their deliverability, like they're predicated on a new road happening or whatever? So that's where we get our supply from, is actually what I hate to use the word, but what are other than ready sites which have those permissions in place and are deliverable. So there's a whole sequence of criteria, but that's the supply that we look at in the 4.87 years, and we're below 5, which is the critical thing.
Is the important, the relevance for us is that that's what triggers the tilted balance. And since none of the footnote criteria apply, the tilted balance is with us in this discussion. So we are in tilted balance country again. Any other questions? And we'll move on to debate. Who would like to start the debate? Councillor Jones.
Just wonder, at what point do we say Shaftesbury's had enough? To be honest, I think that there is urban sprawl. It's just whilst 7 houses could fit on that piece of land, I see that, and probably more could be, but we're losing such such beautiful green space, and I am not convinced by the recommendation to grant at this moment in time. I wait to see what my colleagues say, but I think it's urban sprawl, and I think enough's enough.
Yes, of course, the technical answer to your question, at what point do we say Shaftesbury's had enough? And we raise this every second meeting, there is no upper limit, but you're absolutely right. Councillor Ryder, you have your hand up.
Rideout, Gillingham Ward. Whereas we know Shaftesbury is special because it's unique, it's a hilltop town, and I resist applications on the slopes or on the plateau. The urban sprawl of Shaftesbury, those fingers seem to be ever encroaching into the parishes, and here we've got a piece of land, very important, sensitive piece of land, which defines the sort of boundary of Shaftesbury in a way, with the rural parish areas. Indeed, I think Shaftesbury Neighbourhood Plan Slopes Policy, SFG I2, designates the site as very sensitive to development. It's got important treed area. The Cann is within the Cann Character Zone Area 6, and the Melbury Abbas and Cann Neighbourhood Plan designates the site as a buffer zone. And I know we can only put limited weight to that neighbourhood plan, but still it's an important site identified as a sensitive site. So I really don't think I can support this application.
Thank you. Councillor Cook and then Councillor Taylor.
Yes, referencing my earlier question of the Iowa and now the designated
wooded area.
Important wooded area. Now the view character.
Yes.
Those are not necessarily the actual trees themselves, but it's the panorama of those trees that you can see, which means that you have to step back from them, which means you have to be in the middle of that field or somewhere in that field to be able to appreciate that in its best form. And if you've got a house in the way, you're not going to see that panorama anymore. I think that's just as much, for me personally, that is just as much a criteria as the actual trees being there themselves. You can have a tree. I've got a beech tree in my back garden, which once was the old school playing fields. Now, nobody else can see it because there are too many houses in the way. And this is exactly coming back to that green area of open space that we have to protect. And if this, the neighbourhood plan references, based on what we just said, that important area of trees is going to be irrevocably down.
Well, yes,
and therefore that policy is why I would like to.
Yes. Not keen.
No, I'm not keen to. I would actually like to recommend. I would like to propose that we this application on that and any other reasons that
that's very helpful. Thank you. What if I could turn what you're saying into a little more plans? You're talking about the setting of the open treed area, which is as important or is as important as the trees themselves. So can we hold that thought? That's one. We're going to do some more work to get some more grounds refused if that's what the committee is minded to do. But so I've taken your proposal, but we'll carry on with the debate if we may. Councillor Heatley. Oh no, Councillor Taylor was next, and then
I'd like to emphasise on the fact what Councillor Tim said there, the fact that is a Saxon Hill fort, and the fact is that is an area of outstanding natural beauty and view from miles away looking into the hill of Shaftesbury is quite distinct, and the fact that that was used is internationally famous for its looks and views as well. Huh?
Check the microphone.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
My apologies. I'll say it again.
Hey, you can do it.
I just say it's internationally important Saxon Hill fort.
I'll start again.
Yeah, absolutely. And the fact is that the viewpoints that you see from the roads, which are fast, and I know that road very well. I've been living in Sherborne most of my life. And things that I just say the share of natural beauty, the fact it could be disturbed forever. The fact that we could actually lose a very important view of Shaftesbury just for the sake of 7 houses, which I'm not for at all.
Thank you. Councillor Heatley.
Yes, I'm sadly mindful of the fact we're in tilted balance territory, and but I'm very keen on pursuing this hunt in this direction. We've got to show that the adverse impacts significantly and demonstrably
we have indeed
benefits. Now, the benefits are not huge to this. It's 7 houses, and I suspect 7 rather large houses.
Yeah.
So it's going to do nothing for our affordable housing targets. I like the 2 suggestions we've had. I would like to, I'm just hunting to think whether there is anything else.
Yes, but so am I. We will find something if that's the way the committee is minded to go. Absolutely. Any other? So we're looking at refusing on the grounds of the impact on the important treed area does not preclude development in the neighbourhood plan. So therefore, it does not preclude development. You can, so we have to then find a form of words, and I'm looking to our officers here for some help about that. It's about the setting of the treed area and the importance of this space as a buffer between the town community and the rural community. And I know that the buffer zone, I know that the Melbury Aberson Can neighbourhood plan has only limited weight, but it does reference a buffer zone. But even without that, we could still reference a buffer zone, because a buffer zone is still a valid thing to be looking to. Give us some forms of words, if you can, please, that turns all that into grounds to object.
Thank you, Chair. I'm trying to capture what members have been saying so far. The proposal would encroach on the green area between Shaftesbury and Cam and cause adverse visual harm to the character of the important treed area, specifically the setting of the protected trees and the experience from the public rights of way network, which would be contrary to policy SFGI1 of the Shaftesbury Neighbourhood Plan and policy 4 of the North Dorset Local Plan First Revision. These adverse impacts significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits derived from the development.
Sounds good to me. Yeah.
About the steep, where you've got, because it's on an elevated position, that would change the landscape. Would that count at all?
Does that add to the robustness of our objection? Because you know, colleagues, we don't like to have a list. We like to have
robust.
Yeah.
The landscape architect looked at this when it was a major scheme.
Yes.
Over the impact of the proposals from the wider area. So I think we'd find that difficult.
So good thought, but probably doesn't help. Any?
Sorry, Councillor Judge, I did actually walk up to Melbury Hill and Beacon and look back.
Yeah.
You do see the backdrop from the AONB of Shaftesbury behind the urban areas. So.
Yeah. I mean, the point is that this is actually right on the edge of Shaftesbury, so it's difficult to argue that it's that from far away it will negatively impact the view, because it will just be a tiny 7 more houses on the edge of Shaftesbury. But inside the site and close to the site, that's where the impact, I think. Have we got enough with what Simon has? Is that strong enough, Hannah? Good. Right, we've had a proposer from Councillor Cook, a seconder from Councillor Rideout, that we're going to propose refusal on the grounds that have just been outlined, that we won't ask him to read again, unless you want to hear them again.
Put it on the screen.
Yeah, we're all right. I think we're good. Yes, absolutely. I'm now going to put this to the vote to refuse on those grounds. Could I have a show of hands who would like to refuse? Anybody who would like to not to refuse? That's really, that's carried. Good. Okay, thank you very much indeed. You will be pleased to know that there are no urgent items, and you will be even more pleased to know that there is no exempt business. So I bring the meeting to an end at 20 to 5. What a long afternoon you've all had. Thank you very much indeed. Yes. Are we offline?